hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everyone. All right. We're going to go ahead and jump in. Here, we're listening to Elvin. You can find Elvin on Spotify and on YouTube. I am so excited. I was such a patient girly yesterday. I did not watch it, but I'm excited. I did go on Reddit to see what people were saying. Look at me going on Reddit. Who would have thought? My Discord was watching Sam versus Ethan, and they were definitely making me feel left out. So I'm ready. I'm here. I'm excited. We're gonna go ahead and get started at 47 minutes in and 33 seconds into Talking to Sam Cedar, H3 show 142. I am excited. Let's see. How should we go into this topic? I've been thinking about it all day. Obviously, we're going in with a bubble clash, so bubble v bubble. And then what is our job here today? I think our job is to zoom out a bit, observe the situation, see how we feel about it, and see what it all means, I think, for people in general. I highly doubt this is really about Palestine. Just a reminder that Palestinians are suffering, that they are without food and water, that people have died from a lack of food and water, that people have no homes to return to, that this administration is, like the last administration, doing nothing to help Palestinians. So a reminder that we're watching two YouTubers discussing things. We're not watching people directly on the ground helping Palestinians. This really isn't about Palestinians. So let's make sure when we're zooming out, we're observing this. We're not like sitting here thinking from our, the safety of our apartments that we're really talking about Palestinians, right? Even though they're going to discuss Palestine, what they're really talking about is themselves, us, people, how we face these topics, right? So let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna 1.2 it like normal. So if you guys are new to my channel, we'll 1.2 it like normal. What else? Is there anything else we want to talk about? I guess we'll just see how it goes. And just a reminder, tomorrow, Hassan and Ethan are supposed to talk, assuming it happens. But I probably won't be streaming it because it will be after my stream time since I'm so into the future because I'm in Europe. So we'll probably have to come back on Tuesday and watch that. Is there anything else? Chat says earring check. Inspired by Mia. You know how it is. Same girl all the time. I mean, I obviously own different earrings. I just love her earrings. I follow her on Instagram. You guys can check out her earrings. You can see this one is the form of a femme/female person, depending on how you want to identify that body type. Because what is gender for real? For real? Okay. Yes, I live in the future, chat. Exactly. I live so far into the future. A whole 9 hours to the PSTs, girls. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's just jump into it. I don't know. I've been waiting. I'm so anxious. I've had so much green tea today. I'm ready. I'm humming. I'm humming with green tea energy, girls. Okay, let's do it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the
How's that
show.
volume?
Mr. Sam
Do I
Cedar.
sound okay?
Oh my God, it's Sam Cedar. What a nightmare.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you
I've
again.
been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over the years.
it's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Now, to be fair, even though I thought that was so funny, this is why I don't take Ethan seriously, because he did have to ambush Steven Crowder. But to be fair, who takes Steven Crowder seriously? I mean, even when I was a conservative, I pretty quickly did not like Steven Crowder. I don't think I was a conservative when Steven Crowder. No, I think I was probably because Steven Crowder and I are around the same age. And I remember my Republican family loving him. And I remember being hesitant about him. I must have been, because I left the Republican Party when I was officially 21, 22. I remember I registered as an independent and I was like, fuck this. But I can't remember when Steven Crowder was on YouTube. But I don't remember being a big Steven Crowder fan. But he's, you know what I'm saying? But that just tells you who Ethan is. That he would get Sam Cedar. And again, Sam Cedar, it was all funny. It was funny. But it wasn't serious. But it was funny. And so I think we forget sometimes the difference between being serious about a topic and being funny about a topic. And then sometimes as streamers, I really think we do too much of both. But at the same time, in our real life, that's how it feels. Who doesn't love humor at a dark time?
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the 8th.
Also, I've noticed that Ethan Klein has been wearing suits a lot more often. Did you notice that? I feel like he wears suits way more often now, and I'm curious what that's about.
Three channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that explains
say what,
why I
Dan?
didn't hear back.
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that like I would reach out and speak to most people, but I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi shit. So
Yeah, this was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed you didn't want to respond, but
okay, well,
that was on me.
that's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know like the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't. I mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me.
Pause. Just on the suit comment, I want to say that though the suit can be conservative coded, because I totally get Nick Fuentes vibes, I also wonder if Ethan is just trying to grow up a little bit, because I've been saying that about myself, about him. I do think how you grow up and present, though, is different. Go watch my latest podcast about is Michelle Obama unprofessional or is she just a woman? Because this covers this idea of professionalism and this idea of showing up and being an adult and what that represents. And I do think you can show up like glam and fashionable and still be grown up. And I think you can show up in a hoodie and be grown up. But I could also understand that if Ethan is wearing the suits when he's having important debates, like as a way to signal he's being thoughtful, I think that's okay. Yeah, I just want to make it clear that I don't judge people who wear hoodies. I love a hoodie. And I also don't judge him for wearing a suit. I think that's good. I just, I was interesting to see the change, right?
Sometime, I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October. And I thought we were just going to do this off air, but my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam,
So,
allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
please.
No, well, actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I don't know if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, who are you to talk about this? I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
No, I don't think that's not what I took him to say. But yeah, I mean, Hassan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat, which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly.
Chad says, why does he keep looking at his watch? It's not. It's a part of his Tourette's. He looks at his wrist. He does it whether he's wearing a watch or not. I think it's his Tourette's tick.
No. My upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s. 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because
Oh, I wanted to remind you guys because I was so embarrassed yesterday when I said the J word and I didn't know it was a slur, and I am so mortified and embarrassed about that. But I realized when I was thinking back by it, I didn't also want my body language to be misinterpreted like Ethan's often is. But autistic people often get accused of rolling their eyes. And I did the very autistic eye roll thing where I'm recontextualizing and transitioning into a new thing being new to my brain. And I have like internalized fear all night that I was going to be seen as like rolling my eyes. But that's literally like why the neurotypical existence is so exhausting the neurodivergent existence is so exhausting, because like you will look at Ethan and accuse him of doing things that are just a part of his Tourette's, or like I will do things and people were like, oh my gosh, Brittany, like, you know what I mean? So just FYI, so embarrassing. I did not realize that was a slur. Oh my God, where have I been? Obviously in a fucking cave. But I was worried that my facial expressions were going to be taken negatively. So just like FYI, this whole Tourette's thing is making me think about it. Discord said, girl, the amount of times I've been accused of rolling my eyes when I'm not is unreal. Trust me, when I roll my eyes, I usually roll my whole body. Like I have an attitude. But when I'm thinking, I also do the thing where like it looks like I'm rolling my eyes, but I'm processing like a new way of being, you know? Anyways, sorry, I just thought about that because I was watching Ethan. You know what I mean? I wasn't processing it. Anyway, sorry. Changing subject, but now we're back on. Okay, let's get back on track.
I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, et cetera, right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you.
This is so weird. That was never Hassan's point, which I think we're going to see tomorrow when we watch Ethan and Hassan have their last conversation. Is I think Hassan was just saying, hey, do you want to talk to somebody you might trust about this who happens to be Jewish, Sam Seder? And Ethan is like, why would I talk to him just because he's Jewish? And Hassan was just trying to like give Ethan a source he felt comfortable with. And I don't know why Ethan's being weird about it. Like that's my recollection of the situation, but
as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi. You ever taken one of those?
I haven't, but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. My friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say I got about an hour.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just get into it then. Here it is. Not that it matters, but okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with a little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently at a wedding, and
Temple, wear a beanie. Why is that so funny? Why is that so funny? Oh my God. Okay, you know what? Good for you.
can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
Oh.
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought this was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool.
What a way to break the ice. Discord said Ethan says Ethan's like, we only have 1 hour. Here's Tim Pool. Yeah, Ethan is so neurodivergent to me. I mean, I know Tourette's is neurodivergency, but he's so neurodivergent. He's just like, we only have an hour. To be fair, I'm so glad I've seen this photo.
there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So, well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an
I got to be
opinion.
honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it. But I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that people. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted, or tried to be fired, or whatever. Or you know.
I'm sorry. Are you guys calling Tim Pool a 1 in the looks department or on my levels of introspection? Because on my levels of introspection, Tim Pool is not a 1. Not to like derail the conversation into like my philosophy levels, but he's not a 1. Okay. But fun fact, I have been in a room with Tim Pool. True. I was sitting right across from him on a couch. Well, across. He was on the other side. Tess says, I was making a joke. He's not even a 1 in the looks. Guys, if Tim Pool was a liberal or a progressive, he'd be kind of adorable. Do you know that's what's so interesting about human brains? Derail. You know what's interesting about human brains is that we will think people are uglier or prettier if we agree with their opinions. Keep that in mind. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
Have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about.
You know why I was thinking about that? I've been watching You season 5, and I hate Joe. He's so ugly to me. I hate him. When he looks, I forward the kissing scenes. If Joe is making out with somebody, I skip it. If there's a sex scene with Joe, I can't watch it. When he's romantic, I want to vomit. But I love Penn Badgley, like the actor. Love the actor. I think he's so handsome. Can't stand the show. Can't stand you. Well, I watch the show, but I can't stand Joe. He's so ugly to me. You know what I'm saying? Because he's an ugly person.
My relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and you know, what is happening in Gaza. And
So I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for
I feel like they're going into this conversation, and I feel like I'm getting distracted because I don't know why we're talking. Like, why are they even having? It feels like Sam doesn't know why he's here. It feels like Ethan doesn't know why he's here. I feel like I don't even know what we're doing here.
long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on. Here's my position right after October 7th, and you can tell me if you have any. If you have any comments on any of my positions here, but this was posted on. This was from our episode a few days after October.
We just watched this the last 2 days.
7th. Yeah. Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. Okay, they're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Okay, he's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis, and they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean,
why is he opening up the video with this clip for Sam? What is happening right now?
I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th. And obviously that was coming off the end of me being like kind of, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional shock, right, was this was my reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean, I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there. But I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza that they wouldn't change their mind, but I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel. It's really, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear. And and obviously, like, that's a much more nuanced conversation. But the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think, I think that gets to it to some extent.
Yeah, chat's pointing it out. War, since the war started. Since the war started, when? Who? Which? What war? Yeah, war is like a dog whistle for moving the conversation back from genocide. It's to conflate Palestinian power with Israel power, to say that like Palestine has the same amount of power that Israel does, but like Palestine didn't wage war against Israel, right? So like the implication of using that word is like really interesting from Ethan's side.
Extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up.
Chet says, I'm confused. Was Sam's point that Israelis don't know what's happening? No, his whole point is that Ethan is making the argument that Israelis aren't pro-genociding the Palestinians. But Sam is saying, I'm not seeing evidence of that even 2 years later, which I agree with. I'm not seeing evidence of that. Yesterday, my TikTok, guys, TikTok's algorithm changes so fast. I got a TikTok because usually my TikTok is all Palestine stuff. I got a TikTok from like a pro-Jewish person about pro-Israel, anti-Palestine. And I was like, what is this? And I was watching it. And then, boom, my algorithm changes. And now I'm seeing pro-Israeli stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you, this whole time we've been watching pro-Palestinian stuff. All you have to do is watch pro-Palestinian stuff. All I had to do was watch pro-Israeli stuff to know how anti-Palestine they seemed. All of the rhetoric in the pro-Israeli side is anti-Palestinian. but in a very specific way. And they're all very privileged and very nice situations. Like, I'm watching Palestinians with no food or water. You switch over to Israelis with, you know, beautifully manicured nails and hair and their privileged fucking houses, talking about how Israel needs to protect itself. And I'm like, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? So for me, every time I see pro-Israeli stuff, I'm not seeing a majority of Israelis. If anything, the Israelis that I see protesting on behalf of Palestinians are being imprisoned because they're not serving in the IOF, or they're being arrested, or you know, when they crowd around even in Israel, they're being attacked. So the Israelis I see that are pro-Palestinian are being like disrupted by the police there, you know? So for me, I don't get the impression, at least as an outsider, that Israel as a whole cares about Palestinians. It feels like they'd rather the Palestinians die than them. And I think that's the point, right?
We killed.
And it's not because they're Jewish, which is anti-Semitism. It's because they're human. And that's the flaw with human beings, is we'd rather your babies die than our babies. And I'm saying, how about, hear me out, no one's babies die? How about that one? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay. It sucks, but, you know?
In Iraq, you know, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but, you know, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people, but even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And
wow,
I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense, and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that, you know, there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students. And I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
well, two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
People
absolutely.
People
I
who
agree,
are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and you can care about
like,
two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, you know, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
Who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course,
well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but I mean, put it in the context of like you're a parent, I'm a parent. You know, if my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them, and it's a question of prioritizing. These things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is
he's like, Ethan, stop making this all about you,
is sufficient to ignore the
I gotta stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I mean, I just said like you just
okay.
presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place. And then the Israelis, right? So like when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterize the Israeli feeling was that they feel isolated, et cetera, et cetera. And I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like, we are committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to call it genocide, I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like, obviously, the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, obviously, whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like wanton death of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank, too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem with Israel, just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
There are
necessarily.
some. I mean,
There are some, yeah, of course there's some.
Haaretz, you know, we what was it in the fall? You had the publisher of Haaretz, you know, speaking out about what was going on there, and the paper was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so
Well, so what's your
yes, I
explanation
think that-
why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like.
Wait, is Ethan? I'm sorry, maybe I'm mishearing. Is Ethan saying Israelis aren't evil? They're just ignorant to what's happening to Palestinians, but that podcaster is evil because he had an opinion, even though he's an American podcaster. You know, the one we saw yesterday? He's like, this is the most evil shit. These protesters in America are so fucking evil. But Israelis who live in Israel, who are literally watching it happen from their backyard, they're not evil? Is that what he said? Chat is saying, yes, I'm the smartest, most bravest streamer ever, but are you guys just telling me that? Is that what he is saying? Like, what? I know, like, listen, I'm the bubble queen. I'm telling you right now, people don't know what's happening outside their bubble, right? The dilemma is that Ethan puts more responsibility on protesters in America to know more than Israelis who are right there. That feels really strange. That feels silly.
A failure to deal with trauma. I think some of it is, frankly, is a racism. I think, you know, how can you explain, you know, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, you know, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their head I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong. And I think, you know, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is, you know, maybe some type of mass failure to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those. I think, you know, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, you know, immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it. And I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of, you know, vague notions.
Sure.
But
yeah, and I
from
agree.
my perspective, it's gobsmacking. And, you know, to me, it has shown, and, you know, I never identified myself as a Zionist as a kid or, you know, through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think you know, I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist. And I have, you know, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled. But to me, it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has. And it has failed both from a perspective of, you know, what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the...
Ooh, philosophy question in the chat. If you own an iPhone which require child exploitation to get the parts of, are you automatically evil? You are absolutely engaging in evil. Every single one of us engages in evil because all humans are evil. In a philosophical sense, evil coming from a religious bubble pertains to like Satanism and sin, but in the colloquial agnostic atheist way means out of sync with self and towards in a way, or towards evil and away from good. So we want to do less bad every day. You remember the road to hell is paved in good intentions, and a lot of these people got good intentions. I'd rather have a person who minds themselves than a person who tries to help. People, when they try to help, sometimes make things a lot worse. So we all exist on a planet. All human beings born into existence automatically contribute bad to existence simply by existing, and in some ways contribute good because we have both. We're both. None of us are ever totally good or totally bad. We're just both. And the question is, that's why you always want to move towards balance. That's why regardless of the religion you're part of or spiritual bubble you're part of or belief you hold, everybody wants you to get towards balance because we all know that human beings are very flawed creatures. These evolved animals over millions and millions of years. You know, we just exist. And so we are. It's like, is the bear evil? Sure. When the bear like rips up your family during a camping trip and kills the whole family, it's like devastating, right? But it's also just a bear. Same thing with humans. Like, is it devastating? Yes. But they're also just humans. We give humans way too much credit. And we don't give bears enough. We should give humans less credit and bears a little bit more, I say. I'm just saying, that's why we choose a bear instead of a man in a forest, because we do, in certain circumstances, give bears more credit because they deserve it.
19th century, it has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, Zionists are doing. And so, I mean, that's where I'm coming from with this, that I don't know if there is a psychological.
Oh, chat says sounds like essentialism. Just want to say it's not, but shout out to different philosophy systems. But I don't like any philosophy systems that limit. I just want the most accurate data that accurately gets us to closest to the objective, which I don't believe humans can perceive through their brains all the time or at all. So if you're new to my channel, welcome.
State that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because I mean, it is what it is, right? Like it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason. And it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable. Yeah.
And
we're talking about like military and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately. Yeah. So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure. And so,
how as a Jew, and I mean, obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family and whatnot. And through having lived there. But as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is, I mean, I think it's, I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know. And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why like this chasm started between me.
Okay, I saw a meme on H3's Reddit about today's discussion, and it was like, Sam asks Ethan, do you agree with me? And Ethan goes, yes. And Sam goes, oh. But again, talking to Ethan is like talking to your liberal friend that's like, hey, are you racist? It's like, no, I'm not racist. I don't even see color. Oh. Yeah. So I agree with, okay, well, that's how it feels talking to Ethan, where it's like, it feels like we should be on the same side, but you see, we can't, because we are different. And this is the nuance of even, if you're religious, being with different religious sects, or being with different kinds of gay people, queer gays versus non-queer gays. Like, we're all gay, but not everybody's queer, depending on how the bubble uses the word, right? So I feel you, but also, I don't know. That's how it feels talking to Ethan, where Sam and him are obviously not in agreement, but they're in, quote, agreement. But Ethan doesn't understand why they don't agree, which is the part that I wonder about people. How can you get people to understand, like, you don't actually agree if they are convinced we agree? And that's the thing that I think with Ethan is confusing.
And, you know, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality. For example, one of my criticisms of his is him not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know. But I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check to do whatever you want. Now, like,
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing.
Did nothing. Biden never negotiated any real anything on. By the way, not surprised. Literally zero surprise. Look, we all voted for fucking Harris. Okay. Are we happy about it? No. All of us did it. Why? Because it was the right thing to do. Because politics is about winning. Hassan voted for her. I voted for her. FD voted for her. Cat Black voted for her. We all voted for her. What do you want? Like, they want us to sit here and talk about how much we love her, how great she is. Yes, I loved voting for her because of her little identity label, but we didn't enjoy voting for her in terms of her ability to do anything about this genocide or anything else for that matter. She was the greater of the two evils, as they say in 2000 politics speak. You know, but like politics is pretty evil, guys. I don't know why everyone's acting like politics is where good people show up. We have got to get out of our butts. Nobody in politics is good. Everybody in politics is trying to be less bad or more bad. Okay. No. The best way to help humanity is certainly not through politics. So, okay. When we engage in political games, which is why I'm a philosophy channel, not a political channel. When we engage in political games, we're not playing for the truth or for the greater of humanity. We're getting us slowly towards a direction. Okay. So we voted for Harris. Hassan voted for Harris. He voted on stream as far as I know. Okay. So again, you know, this whole like argument that Hassan didn't vote for Harris, I don't know where it came from. I'm very confused by it. But this is also the whole Madeline Pendleton versus Cat Black argument, right? Where Madeline's like, I didn't vote for Harris. Look, you don't have to vote for her, for Harris. But like, we're obviously all different for a reason. We're all different shades of left. It's just not everyone's playing the same game.
Listen, I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that I suspect that she would not have had the same policies as Trump.
And stop, chat's like, chat, are you making a joke that Hassan and Chappell Roan ruined Harris's numbers? Absolutely not. You guys give streamers and celebrities way too much credit. Y'all give them way too much credit with peace and love. Okay, I think it's a joke. It's a joke. I am joking. I'm with you, chat. Thank you. Thank you for explaining to my autistic brain. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, we're on the same page then. We love a joke.
But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been, I think it would have probably had implications in the election. But I think perhaps even more importantly, it would have maybe implicated the behavior of Israel. So, I mean, look, I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils. But
yeah, me too. And I think that that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah,
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think, you know,
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan, who has a huge influence on people, I think, and who's someone who, you know, who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication.
I feel like it was so obvious Hassan's stance. This is what I don't understand about liberals. Do you understand we're not the same? Hassan did exactly what I expected a person in his position to do. His audience is giving him pushback for even interviewing AOC and Bernie recently. Like, I don't think Ethan understands Hassan's position. He's never understood Hassan's position, which is why I don't I don't take criticism from most people. You have to be able to explain my position to me for me to hear your criticism out. Because Ethan never gets the Hassan's position. He just never gets it. He doesn't understand that as a progressive and as a more left person, he has to make it clear that Harris is not good, and he still has to vote for her. Like, I don't, like, he couldn't show up on stream every day and be like, we love her, we love our genocidal queen. Like, that's not what Hassan morally had, like, ethically, he has an obligation to come on stream and make sure to signal to his audience that, like, we are voting for her, but she's pro-genocide. We are just trying to vote for the least genocidal maniac here. Okay? Like, Trump was obviously going to be worse. It obviously has been worse. And that's what Ethan isn't getting.
Of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't.
What? I thought he voted for Harris. Wasn't that so? I thought that was public knowledge. Every time I look it up, it says he voted for Harris. Can somebody please make me understand? And also, Jill Stein is not the answer, guys. Please, politics is about winning. Winning. You got to get over your third party fantasy. You got to get over it, girls. I'm so sorry. Please be so serious in the comments, please. Third party votes is, guys, you are expecting human beings to be different than their nature. We don't want a third party. Human beings don't want a third party. We don't. You know why? Because we haven't. We don't do it. Okay? You have to remember, you are working with human psychology. You're working with people. Okay? Chat says Hassan did not show his vote for president. Okay. I feel like he obviously voted. Maybe it feels weird to feel like he... I don't trust Ethan's view of it. But yeah, Hassan hates Jill Stein. That would make sense. Yeah, he voted for Harris Live. That's what I thought. Yeah. Chat says the Democrats don't care about progressive values, so neither do the American people. Again, it's about getting us closer, not getting it perfect. But that's the problem with politics, right? But I'm not saying this as a Democrat. Just like FYI, I only became a Democrat to vote for Harris in Croatia. So just like everybody chill. I'm trying to explain to you why third parties don't make sense in terms of political goals to win, right? But you want to vote with your values as well. But like, third party isn't good for human psychology. They don't want it. Again, I feel like this is the problem, is like, we're not playing the same games as third party voters. Third party voters are playing a different game. They're not playing the same game. And that's it. What game are you playing is the question. And it's all a game because it's all a construct. We made it up. We're all playing with this made up game we're all interacting with that's impacting real people's lives. So, you know.
Said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like, you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high level political streamer, and you know, basically you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, you know, I certainly have been critical of people who, you know, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think, you know, and certainly, you know, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again, you know, what the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, you know, I think sometimes you have to take this at face value. And I think there would be certainly, definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government like Trump is. But, you know, I think probably this is the first election in, you know, in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old, that I couldn't really condemn someone from taking that position based upon what we were seeing. I mean, this is...
It's not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that. Trump said, "Finish them." I mean, let's be honest. Like, for someone like Hassan,
said, "I want a ceasefire."
I'm not voting
too,
for Biden. I'm not talking
about
Biden.
No, I understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
well,
like, you know,
you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, "I want a ceasefire."
Well, do you not? Even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them. One's like, I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like, finish them.
Well, listen, you know, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate to show.
Ethan, call me Ethan. We can be best friends. I'm waiting for Ethan and Jordan Peterson to totally show up together. Now that, Ethan, call me. Call me, Ethan. You want to meet President Trump? I know him. You want to meet Elon? these fascists, these Marxists, these socialists, they're all coming for you, Ethan.
Show some indication of this. I can understand. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your point too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it feels like
it also shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice, and I think you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se. But
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this schisms are.
Well,
let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is more.
I honestly.
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life.
I'm sorry. Again, why are they having this conversation? If Ethan is pro-Palestinian and Sam is pro-Palestinian, then why are they having a debate? What are they debating about? I'm so fucking lost once again. Wait. I'm confused. I think this conversation might have been more like, hey, Sam, I feel like I'm pro-Palestinian. I feel like I'm on your side, but it feels like maybe I'm saying something wrong. I'm a little confused about what the point of this is. Why would you debate somebody on your side? Which implies Ethan isn't on their side, because why would we be debating? Which is what I always say to people, and they think I'm trying to like avoid the conversation. I'm just trying to say, like, if you got it, why are we having this conversation? Like, the only reason we're having this conversation is because you're not getting it. Or like, we're not on the same side. So, you know what I mean?
Life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you think.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel,
he said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear about what he said.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty. Like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond to this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, that this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean,
and by the way, what's his name? The guy who was, I forget his name, but he's going for his visa appointment. He was freed yesterday, which is kind of crazy and good news. And Hank Green just interviewed his friend about it. Mohsen, yeah. He was just freed. He had beautiful words to say. So if you guys want to check out that video, you guys can. Not by Hank necessarily, but if you watch his press release, I mean, it's really good. So he was released. But that's the problem. Look how the Trump, no, not Mahmoud. I wish Mahmoud was released. He's not released yet. It's Mohsen who is released. So we're waiting for Mahmoud to be released as well. But what's interesting is the anti-Semitism that Trump is pretending to use. Yeah, the Buddhist was released. Yeah, the Buddhist was released. What's interesting is that Trump claims he's helping Jews, like he's fighting anti-Semitism with doing what he's doing. But that's the dilemma. That's exactly what Sam is talking about. If you guys have missed it, the Trump administration is literally using anti-Semitism as the reason that he needs to, quote, defund Harvard and protect people and arrest pro-Palestinian protesters. And that's what's scary, is you're taking something that is good. We should all be anti-Semitic. Right? As a non-Jew Semite, we should all be anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism, not good. Brave take, guys. Brave take. We're so brave here. Wow. Racism, bad. Brave take, guys. Anti-Semitism, bad. We're so brave. Okay? It's like you're taking a take that every kindergarten should know and acting like we don't all universally have this take. Yes, we all agree. Now, can we hold Israel accountable without being called anti-Semites? And at this point, it's sounding like no. To Ethan, it's sounding like no. And that's the problem. Can Ethan even separate it? Can Ethan give me an argument where he has successfully separated Jews from the criticism of Israel in a way that is actually helpful to Palestinians? Actually helpful.
Look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on...
I've heard that conspiracy theory, chat, that the logical end of Trump administration is to deport all Jews to Israel. I've heard this conspiracy theory, which would make the white nationalists so happy if they managed to convince all the Jews to go to Israel. The irony would be so funny. Like, Trump isn't protecting Jews. He's actually just trying to get them out of the United States. Stop it. I'm gagged. Like, I've heard that theory, and it never ceases to amaze me. The irony of all of this, like, that's what I mean. Be wary of people, be concerned of people who seem so excited to fight for the marginalized when they fight for the marginalized by attacking the marginalized. You might be pretending to care about Jews, but you're going after marginalized people to do it. Interesting, since the greatest threat to Jewish people throughout history has definitely not been marginalized people. So a little confused.
That one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
you don't know. This is a
second.
totality of behavior.
But you
and
wanted
by
to
the
bring
way,
this
it's
up.
easy,
I don't
and I
care
appreciate
about
that you
anything.
can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't.
conflation.
You're saying
this
actually
conflation.
I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to
there is,
ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent lange for American Jews that have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete mischaracterization of that.
It's not.
He's
not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel?
Let me say.
How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not
describes
specifically.
Most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
So that is not anti-Semitism. That is
Well,
about
I don't
a
know. What do
belief.
you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
and so
you're-
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well, I
don't
dis-
even
well,
want to talk about
fundamentally,
it,
I
but
disagree
I'm
with
using
you.
your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I
And this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I
It's
disagree
dangerous
as well
for
on that.
Jews.
I think-
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving.
Yeah, no, you're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure, but the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No,
to
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean,
I'm
Jewish
saying
people
the
have a collective
mischaracterization
memory of
of it
trauma,
as
Sam, and it
anti-Semitism.
starts a certain way. And
Ethan argues, I'm trying to find a good example quickly on the spot. Ethan argues like a parent that you're trying to tell them their parenting was imperfect. And they're just like, so you think I'm a bad parent? You think I should never have had you? You think you should have gotten taken away by CPS? And it's like, what? Like, I just want you to say, I'm sorry. Like, I never said any of those other things, but you did. You just told me I'm a bad parent. So you must think like I should have aborted you. And it's like, I never said that. That's what it feels like talking to Ethan. It's like, what are you doing? Just ask Sam. Oh, Sam, that's interesting. Why don't you see it as anti-Semitism? It's hard for me to understand how that can't be anti-Semitism. And then Sam could explain it to him.
it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, I know there's a lot of people watching me right now. You're welcome. But also, if you use slurs in my chat, I will block you. And that includes the R word. Thank you. We're all growing here. I know we're all millennials who all grew up with the word, but we're not saying it in my chat. So I will block you if you use it in my chat. Thank you so much. And don't be anti-Semitic. And if you say anything obnoxiously rude to a point where you annoy me, I will block you. Thank you for being here, like the stream.
Talking about
it's
Jews.
irresponsible language.
He's not talking about
He's
Jews.
talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not.
With peace and love, chat. You're so funny. Somebody left a comment on my video today saying, like, when you say with peace and love, it feels very religious. And I was like, it's an H3 meme. It's an H3 meme. That's the problem with the internet. Y'all think you know what people are saying when they say it. Learn the memes, kids. Learn the memes.
Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have...
Drew, it is originally a Ringo Starr meme that Ethan... Wait, no, Brittany. Do you see the joke? Do you see what joke I'm about to make? Who had the meme first, really? Was it Ringo or was it Ethan? Whose land is it really? I mean, sorry, whose meme is it really? Anyways.
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now? Not in terms of like I support them, but like I think
positive feelings. I went to Israel
okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said.
said.
I'll play it again.
No.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan
Listen,
he
you
plays
can say
around with
that's
the
a wrong
term
thing to do.
Zionists, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well, listen,
than
I don't think
Jews
they're
exist in the
neo-Nazis,
world.
not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are
Oh, Ethan is the king. Ethan is the king.
in this
It's not
business,
just
and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
It's you listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think that,
inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing
I
to
just
say.
think like
but
Arabs
it's
that
not
support Israel.
Ethan is so disingenuous here. Ethan, who's made a whole career being so fucking edgy. Looking, we all have the edgy sick. We're all edge sick, okay? I'm trying to grow out of it. Ethan's trying to, we should grow out of our edginess, but we're edgy because the world is constantly pushing us in a corner where we just want to be edgy so something feels fucking real, okay? We got to get over it. But for Ethan Klein to feel like he has any like molehill to stand on is just insane and lacking in self-awareness. Sir built a whole career on being edgy and saying things that are very inappropriate. And we all let it slide because we all thought we were being inappropriate together because we were all edgy together. We don't mean it. We're just trying to make people feel uncomfortable or laugh or like that's what a comedian does, you know? Why is Ethan pretending? Like Hassan can't do the same thing. And that's the dilemma. How do we come to work serious if also we're so human and our need to be humorous is just so obvious? Like, it's a dilemma. It's why I think people become comedians in a sense, because they get to be serious and kind of little philosophers and they get to make jokes, some, not all. And sometimes I think streamers really envy that. Like sometimes I think Hassan and even me to some extent, maybe we almost wish we could just be funny for a living because like we're kind of funny. And then at the same time, we want to be serious because our special interest is something serious. His is politics, mine is philosophy. Like I think about serious shit all day. But I also crack a joke or two, even in my own life. I mean, you never cracked a joke at a funeral? You know what I'm saying? Like, Ethan is acting like he wouldn't crack a joke at a funeral. Yes, you would.
Aren't
Anti-Semitism.
fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're
And
at
you
an
can say
impasse
that-
on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, but anyway, another thing he does.
I love his lack of curiosity. Hey, Sam, could you explain that to me? I really don't understand. Just ask Sam why it's not anti-Semitism and then explore that idea. But he's not doing that.
Is he says Zionist tendencies, and he's someone that plays around with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used
What is a Zionist? What does Ethan think a Zionist is?
colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a
What
Zionist
is-
tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what his Zionist tendency is. I
Sure.
suppose I would guess. And, like I've looked at polls too, where, people have various different understandings of what Zionism is. But I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was thinking specifically, but the notion of an ethno-state that engages and it allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Okay. I mean, then I think we the three of us agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much like openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask
Well,
me?
I mean, if you
Somebody on Reddit said that they need a moderator for tomorrow's conversation, which definitely not going to happen. Who would moderate it? Like, who would even be a moderator between Ethan and Hassan? Who could even moderate it? Nobody. I couldn't even imagine. You know what I mean?
if you want to ask me about, I mean,
Well, let me.
I'm not here to explore.
I have a list of things that.
But if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think, look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What
ANC
do you think about
terrorists.
them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very,
It's very human. In the same way that if I was Israeli, I'd probably join the IOF, unless I was more progressive. If I was progressive, I would end up maybe protesting. But if I was conservative or in the middle centrist, I'd probably join the IOF. because we do what other people around us are doing until we break down the construct, deconstruct, and rebel. And you have to decide where you were at a certain point. So, you know, for a lot of us who grew up in conservative homes, we were probably a little bit more conservative at some point or did pretty conservative things until we deconstructed and realized like, oh, I'm not going to do that anymore. Right. So if you were an Israeli growing up in Israel, depending on where you stood politically at whatever age you were going to serve in, you'd probably serve in the IOF or whatever else. Right. So like that's what makes humans so interesting, is that we are both biology. We're always biology, but we are impacted by our environment. And so we interact with that environment in ways that make sense to our brain. And then our consciousness, like our brain is the mechanism that processes our consciousness, right? And we have to be aware that our body is also its own little, you know, entity in a sense. Like it operates separate from our brain in a lot of ways, or our mind, depending on how you view this from a philosophical lens, but also a scientific lens. That's why when we talk about triggers, right, you can be in the back of your head realizing you're triggered and watching your body do things that you're like, stop it, don't do that. And like that's a different perception of self, right? Assuming you have that skill, because I only learned it after therapy. But with all of that said, I think that this is really, really, really important, right? IOF and IDF is, we're saying IOF to represent the IDF, right? Like, because I'm not saying right. I just learned this like 2 weeks ago. IDF, defense, IOF, occupation. So we're making sure it's clear that you're occupying the space. You're not defending your space. Because defense makes them sound like we're just defending the space. You're occupying the space, which is different. So different contexts force your brain to see it in a different lens.
An understanding of human nature.
That
when
you're
you
not
are the
affording
subject-
Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
How so?
Well, you're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen,
You
I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that there is a long history of terrorist organizations, or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA. Even the PLO,
now, Sam,
that ultimately become a political organization.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say that tactically speaking, listen,
by the way, Sam, in the totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that.
A significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And, so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being killed? Okay. But I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look
personally,
at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return.
I feel like I should just let Sam take this one, to be honest, but Yeah, ooh. This is tricky. This is tricky. Yeah, this is trickier than Ethan even realizes it is to say something like that. Hold on. Let's listen to it again, actually. Hold on. Wait for this.
Need to use South Africa sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
You don't need to commit.
South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
A violent war against civilians to liberate yourself. You don't have to. Is he saying that, like, that's what everyone should be doing? Because, like, we should even have to liberate ourselves in the first place because we are liberated by our nature. Our nature is liberation. Or is he saying, like, the Civil War could have been won without killing civilians, but it couldn't have been because men decided to kill each other anyways? Is he saying that it should be this way? What is he actually saying? Like, what does he think he's saying? And how does it relate to any war prior? Because, you know, I like a bigger picture conversation here. And I'm just trying to figure out, how does this relate to human nature and our evolution and how we exist? And the fact that, like, we shouldn't even. Yeah, I would pause there and be like, can you tell me more about that? What do you mean? Because I'm a little confused by what you think that means. And I know he's not thinking bigger, right? But that's the problem, is like, how does that relate to anything about people? And maybe my brain just goes there because that's how my brain thinks, is like, I want to know about human nature. Why do humans do what they do? So what is he saying? Because, like, if we explain human nature as it is, then, like, it can be all types of things, but that would be an outlier to the typical behavior of people. To not use violence as a means of liberation, because human beings, often run by men, choose liberation in the form of violence because they're, I'm sorry, too brain dead to think about anything else. But also, that responsibility holds onto the oppressor more than the oppressed. The oppressed are often pushed into a corner of picking violence as a form of liberation, but they shouldn't even be in that position in the first place. So the responsibility falls on the oppressor. It's the same way white people say, Black people should be grateful to us because we liberated them. But they should never be put in that position in the first place. Or Palestinians should be grateful to Israel. Like, we should never have been put in that place in the first place. So the fact that we're even in that place is very, like, that's the point. So they have to, after being pushed into a corner, often choose violence as a form of liberation. We shouldn't even be in this position. I want to know what he is trying to convey here. Like, does he understand that, like, he's giving an example of an outlier, of a very lucky situation, if that's even how it happened. I don't know enough about the situation, actually. I'm completely ignorant. So I'm just trying to take him at his word. But I don't trust Ethan. You can't even take him at his word. You know? Because, like, it's Ethan. You know?
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, you know, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, you know, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, you know, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, you know, functionally like, you know, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as, like, you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
I would, okay, but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it?
No,
I mean,
not much at all. Not really much at all.
See how he puts all the responsibility off Israel? How can he not see that everything he says takes any responsibility away from Israel? Hence the Zionism claim, or hence the anti-Palestinian claim. He spends his life dedicated to going after pro-Palestinian content creators and deplatforming them. What is he not getting?
The greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century.
Now, I think Ethan is doing it subconsciously, but it kind of feels like a debate bro tactic. You know, when you get a really misogynistic man who's like, no, he's talking to a woman who's like, I just want to be treated like an equal. No, you are an equal. But don't you think God put you here on the planet to be like the greatest mother? I agree with you. Women are equal. But don't you just think that your greatest strength is in the home? I don't think we're agreeing. You know, you're trying to do this thing where you're trying to, we learned this in debate classes. I did debate in high school very briefly, very stupid, very homeschool. Anyways, we learned that one of the best ways to get your opponent on your side is to find connectivity first, disarm them, and then get them to feel like we're the same. And I don't know if Ethan's smart enough to actually even try to employ a debate tactic. I actually think he literally just thinks it. Do you know what I'm saying? He's like, we're on the same side. I think he literally thinks that. And I'm like, we're on the same side in a sense, but we're not, we're building bridges. So therefore we are not on the same side of the bridge, but our bridge is more connected to the, let's say, than like this bridge over here. So like we're both left, if that's what you mean. You know what I mean?
Where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. You know, folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, you know, I don't know how I would react in that type of misseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
that's fine.
He's far closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What? What is that fucking question? What do you think about this horrible thing that happened one day? Like, what do you mean? What do I think about it? That's not even a question. What?
Right. So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they attacked Kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they, I don't know what the strategy was.
Well, okay, so what do you think, like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane, yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond, frankly. And I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it. Destroy what is it, 90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
So the conspiracy theory, it says Hamas knew exactly what was going to happen, so they did it anyways. Now he's justifying the attack. He's victim blaming Palestinians, yes? Zionist talking point, Israeli talking point, Israeli propaganda. And he can't see it. Ethan can't see it. Why did you just say that out loud? Even saying, what do you think about Hamas is a dog whistle. Like even saying, like, do you condemn Hamas? Dog whistle. Dog whistle. You can't say that. Like now I know whose side you're on. Because now you're putting like, girl.
As a weapon.
I'm more
I
interested
think-
in like
I think-
the justification
I think Hamas
for what they're doing
probably
there.
took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going to. I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen. You know?
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly understand.
That's why they attacked? That's why they attacked. Fascinating. It's the same conspiracy theory that people had with Netanyahu allowing October 7th to happen to justify the genocide, right? It's like, first of all, can we all just like please zoom out and remember like these are groups of men killing people because men can't figure out another way to fucking get it together? Like men under patriarchy, caveat, not people born male, not people who are men, not people who identify as men, but people who are men and live up to that standard of men, i.e. toxic masculinity, that tells them the only way to liberate their people is violence. And I'm just like, can we do something else, please? And no, they can't. Okay, women are not at the table for this. Femmes are not at the table for this. Okay, these are masculine people drowning in toxic masculinity. This is their only like way of solving anything. And P.S. it doesn't solve nothing. Okay, and all like this is so annoying to me. All of it is just, why is Ethan even picking? Like there is. What is Ethan? I want someone to ask Ethan. Can you tell me more about that? I wish he would ask Sam. Can you tell me more about that? There's just like nothing. There's no like, I'm curious. Can you expand on that? This is always what's missing in conversations with everybody. Nobody is curious. You know? Oh no. Chet says, Brittany, gotta chill. It gets worse. It gets worse? Oh no. Okay.
Underestimated that they would go this far, use
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals and shoot EMTs and have rules of engagement like this. I mean, and I think Hamas is certainly up to criticism for their strategy here. If
that's
what
an
you're trying to-
understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's the
well, I mean,
that's what
they're a
you're
terrorist
arguing, I think they
organization
probably
that intentionally
presumed-
antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that if they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan have Israel respond this way. That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was on the other hand.
Oh, I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
or overestimate the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak, and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally.
Oh my God.
When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
What?
Do I think it's fucked up?
What?
Yeah.
He's trying to imply that Hamas never invested in a bomb shelter for the Palestinians against Israel. Is that? Please tell me that's what he's about to say. Is that what? Am I right? Is that what he's about to say? Hamas, if they really cared about Palestinians, would have given them a bomb shelter. Who's bombing them? And how did Israel even get the funding for that fucking dome? Because of Americans. And who's going to make good with the Palestinians when everyone abandoned the Palestinians while everybody was fucking sucking their own dicks, figuring out their own shit? Everyone abandoned the Palestinians. That's why it's shitty. A whole group of people were abandoned. And then you're blaming them for being abandoned with no resources and no structure and doing the best they can for their families. Will you sit in your fancy little fucking dome that was funded by Americans? And now you're wondering why Hamas, who can't build a what? Who? What?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
Well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot
I've
safer.
seen what happened.
He's going to say Hamas hides behind Palestinians or something, right? Something stupid. Again, killing civilians in Palestine to kill Hamas is like bombing American malls to kill all the Nazis that live here. And by here, I mean in America. I live in Croatia. Shout out. You know what I mean? But that's the same logic. Stop bombing Palestinians to kill Hamas. Or you better start bombing U.S. malls to kill Nazis, which you won't. Because you prefer them, I suppose.
So
tunnels under
your
hospitals.
statement is so you say there were tunnels under hospitals.
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows.
Oh, so when Israel makes tunnels, good, but when Hamas or Palestinians build tunnels, super suspicious. This is it's okay when we do it, but not when they do it. Because when they do it, suspicious. Okay, cool.
But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million
Oh, you don't want to. You asked the question, but you don't want to get into the weeds. Got it.
question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely
Well,
difficult
as
to say.
Americans, I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under
I'm in
Trump.
favor of that, by the way.
Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, good.
I mean, I just
I
think-
think we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Mourned, publicly mourned, made speeches, done funerals, and done something out of wisdom and not retaliation. Waited, breathed, took a second, realized they were triggered, that they were angry. If you do anything out of fear and anger, you're probably making the wrong decision. And it takes a good leader to do something out of wisdom. Doing things out of anger and fear, never good.
I mean, listen,
Without saying not this.
what should they have done on October 8th? I mean, I think that there is they're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's not, like to
Well, the
look at
leadership
that
was
moment,
underground.
Yeah, to look at that,
Well,
that moment in history, like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe
No. Toxic masculinity makes you think, well, I've got to do something. Wisdom tells you do nothing until you know it's the right decision. No, you don't actually have to do anything. You can wait a second. Parents who often hit their children don't give themselves time to wait. They react in anger, frustration, stress. Wait. Your kid pissed you off. I get it. You're a person. I understand. Wait. And then do something. This idea of I'll give you something to cry about, bullshit. Wait. This is why I say human beings are animals evolved over millions of years. Because we are these biological creatures. I understand why your brain says I should just hit someone back, they hit me. But wait, is that the right decision? Self-defense is different, but Israel is in a position of power. They don't have to be in a position of self-defense. They are not in a position of self-defense. That's not what's happening. They have actually the ability to wait and make a decision. They actually do have that luxury, and they didn't take it. Instead, they used the anger of the world to justify the genocide of the Palestinians. They used the anger in their hearts to wage a genocide. Patriarchy, men, am I right? Toxic masculinity, am I right?
In that moment, they had to go in and bomb or whatever they did.
Yeah, didn't he just say not to pick up a gun? See? It's okay for Israel. What did Hamas expect Israel to do? But when Hamas defends itself in any capacity, well, in Africa, they didn't do that. Well, actually, they didn't do that in other places. That's what I'm saying. Pick a decision. But that's why I say, zoom out for me, girls. Zoom out for me for a second. In a philosophical sense, all human beings engage in violence on a spectrum, and we are much more violent than we want to hold ourselves accountable for, especially if you live in America, right? And a lot of the reason I blame this on men is not because you were born a man, but it's because you grew up in a system that tells you a real man is violent. You are rewarded for being violent. You are given credit for being violent. You are told you are a protector, a guardsman, a person between you and evil. You are the difference between your family. Like, you are the thing that separates evil from your family, right? Like, men are conditioned to believe that if they do nothing, they are weak. This is why philosophers and religious people and people who advocate for peace, they say, wait a second. Now, that doesn't take away. This is macro speak versus micro speak. On the micro, we might be in a position where violence is our only answer, but not because it's the only answer on the macro, just because it's the only answer in front of us and we have no other tools. But we work through wisdom, maybe, to get better tools so the next time we don't have to necessarily be violent. This is why I say I'm not punishing you for being violent, but I would encourage you to realize it's not the only option. But it is the only option. Your animal brain, evolved over millions of years, has convinced you through community and structure and through culture that it is the only answer. And it's not. It wasn't the only answer that we threw a nuke on Japan. It wasn't the only answer that Hitler had to genocide all those people. It wasn't the only answer that we have to take away people's civil rights. It's not the only answer that your God is the only true God. It's not the only answer. But we are convinced through our scripts that we have the answer for 8 billion people. And our way is the good way at everyone's at any expense, at any cost. So Ethan says, what did he expect Israel to do? Well, then right back at you. What did you expect Palestinians and Hamas to do when pushed into a corner? Yeah, I expect both of you to be violent and male-dominated and riddled with toxic masculinity, because that's all you're all fucking good for. So figure it out and deconstruct. But they won't. And Palestinians right now don't even get the luxury or privilege of deconstructing because they're too busy trying to feed their kids who have starved to death. So remember that as Israelis are sitting in the cushiness of their homes playing video games and streaming and having fun with their friends, as Ethan sits in an $11 million home with his family and his kids safe as they should be, Palestinian parents are mourning the death of their families, their children, their nieces and nephews. Journalists are being killed. A child lost his whole family. And the doctor said, I watched this interview with a Palestinian doctor, or I think he was a visiting doctor, but he said he checked on this child whose whole family was bombed, killed. Israel killed them. He went away like a couple hours to take care of other patients, came back, and the kid was still just staring at the wall. Imagine being 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. Imagine being 25 years old and having somebody say, every single person you called family is dead. And then imagine just being like, well, what did you expect Israel to do? Please.
I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
And so what should they have done?
Ages ago. Well, I mean,
You're avoiding, yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering Palestinians in the West Bank. They should have done
This is
the
my
same.
favorite answer, Sam. You're saying that this is what Hassan told me. They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think honestly, when you see that your policy.
Wait, did he just call the worst terrorist attack to happen? What happened on October 7th? Wait, let's go back.
Ever happened. This is what Hassan told me. They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
Oh. 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 If it looks like a Zionist and talks like a Zionist, what are you talking about? There's no extrospection. There's no introspection. There's no active empathy for Palestinians, which I understand you can't have universal empathy, but he can't do it. Whoa. Yeah, so October 7th is Ethan's 9/11, exactly, chat. So he's doing the things Americans do every day. This is how privileged Israel is. That's what I'm saying. Yes, my heart goes out to Americans that experienced 9/11. My heart goes out to New Yorkers, right? My heart goes out to Israelis. You had one bad fucking day. Is that what you're saying? You had one bad fucking day, and Palestinians have had 75 years of fucking hell. So I'm confused. And I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, it's not analogous. Like, they're not the same. You can't, that's why we say Israel is the only one with the power to stop this genocide. And he's putting all of the responsibility on Palestinians and Hamas. You know, it's funny. We talk about how cartels are encouraged by the US government, and nobody wants to talk about that. Like, nobody wants to talk about why gangs rise up because of the way governments work. Like, nobody wants to talk about how Hamas rose up because of the way Israel works. Like, nobody wants to talk about the way that they have contributed to the rise of the thing that they are, quote, so afraid of. But let's be so real. You need a bad guy so you can be the good guy. And this is the crux of humanity that is so exhausting to me. Is like, I have no enemies, and neither should you. But the fact that you with the big chest go, I have enemies, you're the problem. Y'all should not have enemies. And the fact that humanity wakes up every day excited that they have enemies, you're a part of the problem. And we are going to fail this group project together. Whether some of us participate or not, we are participating. Nobody should have enemies. But here we are, I suppose. It's a very Attack on Titan. It's very, okay, Aaron Yeager over here thinking he's saving the universe for a cycle that's going to continue in a millennia because humans are the same. Humans repeat history, y'all. Stop waking up and being excited you have enemies. Ethan's lost, bro. He's not lost. Do you know what Ethan is? He's a Zionist. That's it. He's a centrist. He's a liberal. He's centrist, center liberal, whatever. This is his opinion. I disagree. Can we move on now? That's it. We disagree. He was so mad at Hassan because he just simply agreed with Hassan. He wants to deplatform Hassan. Do you know what I'm saying? The difference is you have a bad political take. You have a bad opinion about it. You don't understand it from a humanitarian perspective. I wish you the best. I hope, you're safe and wonderful and beautiful and, whatever. Good luck with you and your family. Like he's just got a bad opinion. He really should hang out with Jordan Peterson. I think they have a lot in common in this regard. Ethan, if only the Muslims would just love a Jew. Did you hear Jordan Peterson say that? After October 7th when he said, give him hell, Netanyahu. Yahoo! Muslim viewers of Peterson were so upset with him. To console the Muslim viewers, the Palestinian viewers, he said to them, you all follow the same book, you should get along. You all agree these moralists, these woke moralists are wrong. Band together through the good book. He literally told Palestinians, God forbid you friend a Jew. God forbid you should love a Jew. Girl, I swear to God, I predicted today, within the next 2 years, Ethan Klein and Peterson will be together. It's coming. My loins can feel it. I swear to God, they're about to do a collab. I told you, Ethan. Ethan! He's progressives. I'm telling you. And Peterson's going to feel so good about himself because that's what, remember him and Ethan got in a Twitter fight about this? And he told Ethan, they're going to come for you next, Ethan. Damn.
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a
from
realistic
what I
way, not in a
expect them to
fairy
do.
tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch-Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda.
That's what Ethan is missing. This didn't happen because of October 7th. This was always in the works. You know this because of the way Trump and Netanyahu have come together alone. This has always been the plan. Israeli people have admitted it. People have already admitted it. They started creating like a border. They literally planned it out. That's what Ethan's not getting. These aren't just like innocent Israeli government people that didn't see it coming. They knew it was coming. They needed an opportunity to play 4D chess with your lives. And you're sitting here pushing Zionist talking points, Israeli talking points. That's what I want Ethan to get through his skull that he's not understanding. This was never about October 7th. This was always going to happen, whether October 7th happened or not. And that's the point.
In Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, anything they would have done would have been.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago and look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
Yep.
What, in terms of like
Find a
attacking
way,
Gaza or inciting?
Oh my God, he's so fucking dumb. Ethan Klein is so fucking dumb. It's not his fault. He won't read a book at all. It's not his fault. Can he even read? I'm not sure. But he isn't, obviously. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like trying to explain to your mom that the IUD doesn't cause abortion. It's like literally trying to explain to pro-lifers that my IUD, my Nexaplanon, is not causing abortions. It's like trying to explain that like Plan B doesn't cause abortions. They just don't get it. It doesn't. They just don't get it.
Anyway, I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger a portion of the Israeli politic. So, I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So, yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like, what's in response to?
At any time they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
what
the
have they done to end the war?
Early on to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
either.
That's
being inevitable. When do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing. But in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving slowly because, as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
when do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like, obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways, I think, that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international
All those
coalition.
People were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again. I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's just
They being Hamas or they being Israel?
genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
Oh, idiot! He thinks Israel is pursuing peace? Bro. No, Ethan, even I'm not this stupid. They don't want peace. They want the land, Ethan. Whoa. They're being genocidal in their pursuit of peace. I love men, man. Men are such shit, bro. You know what's going to bring peace? Nuking all of Japan. You know what's going to bring peace? Nuking all of Palestine. How'd that work out all these years later, bro? You guys think it worked. Didn't work the way you thought it worked. Human beings are just like these little evolved animals over millions of fucking years, bro. I mean, for real, for real. I know everyone always thinks God exists and there's some magical blah, 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 blah. Love that for you. And who knows, maybe there is. But God is pretty violent. You know what? But it's not that I'm common. Everyone says Muslims are so violent. The Jews have a whole Torah full of stories that are pretty fucking violent, bro. Why are you all playing with me right now? God, this is why religion that focus on a patriarchal stance, they're so bad for us. These patriarchal religions are bad for us. They're just bad for us. Jesus, what are you talking about?
Peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you asked me what should they have done. I mean, obviously they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
Listen, I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
Okay, chat, I'm going to block you because you can't be in my audience. I won't allow you to be here. Muslims and Jews are both bad. Only real religion is Christianity. Hi, dumb. It's all the same, stupid. God bless you. With peace and love, with peace and love. I don't want to hear Christians, Jews, or Muslims pretend they're not the same as each other. With peace and love, y'all cousins. And I know y'all fucking. Okay? Y'all cousins and y'all fucking. Call yourselves Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? Shut up.
To
You
what?
can't
Well, Sam,
think-
I'm
I mean,
saying-
I just wonder, like, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring and the only thing that would even mitigate that is like there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few. And certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But to perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable,
it's a different situation. That's completely, I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where Hamas, and again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas.
This is literally like, hey, you knew if you disrespected your parents, you were going to get beat with the belt. You knew if you were going to be disrespectful, your dad was going to beat you with the belt. Yeah, the dad is still at fault here. Yes. Do you all know this? Your dad is still the bad guy in the story, y'all. Don't beat children. Brave take, guys. Brave take in the chat. Brave take. Don't beat your children. I say this as somebody who did grow up with corporal punishment, okay? It was never the child's fault. It was always the parent's responsibility. And at the end of the day, the power dynamic here is clear. It is within Israel's power to stop this and to make peace, and they refuse to engage in it because it was never about that. They want that land. They want ownership. I'm sorry, but like going off their own podcasts for the Nice Jewish Boys podcast, they said that if every Israeli could, they'd press a button to get rid of all the Palestinians, and they would too. And Netanyahu agreed. So I'm sorry. It's hard for me to believe that in some ways they're not complicit in this. Now, this is different than interviewing all of America. Like, I genuinely am not sure where all of America stands, since most of us don't get out and vote. And that's fine. I actually don't blame you for that. I actually don't think you're obligated to vote morally, because you're an animal on a planet evolved over millions of years. But I think it's interesting that we don't hear from a majority of Americans, and I don't even think we know what they really think. But Israel is small enough. I feel like y'all better speak up now or forever hold your peace about what you think. I'm exhausted by the way men problem solve. Y'all are very exhausting. Your problem solving skills are at an all-time zero. This is all about power at the expense of everybody else. And I'm exhausted by America. I'm exhausted by Israel. I'm exhausted by everybody. But all of us are complicit in the world in the way that it is. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. That's what karma is. Karma isn't you do good, you get good. Karma is your life reflected back to you. And this is our responsibility. This is our karma. And we're going to fail this group project all together. As much as anybody wants to exempt themselves from it, none of us are exempt.
Thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages
Of course
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
of deterring Israel from entering. And that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government is to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last part, but
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, I think that
I said.
Chat says, philosophy question. Chat says, doesn't karma imply Palestine did something? We all did something, yes. But not in the way that you think. It's not like, oh, Palestinians deserve this because of their karma. Nobody deserves anything. The universe has no judgment on you. You just exist. Right? So like when we say karma, we're not saying you deserve this. It's your karma. I'm saying karma is your life reflected back to you. It's not you do good, you get good. So It's not about, well, Jews did this, Palestinians did this, Arabs did this, blacks did this, whites. It's not that. That's not what that is. Okay? It's about saying human beings as a species, regardless of your micro, experiences, this is how we are. It's like a bear. Like, we are bears. We are animals, right? And so you look at bears and how they've migrated over the years and how they've been killed off or how they've procreated or adapted to the environment. Like, we are a part of that animal species process, and we all pulled off, and we have this experiment, and it just is. We just are. Now, I think, and this is Brittany's personal opinion, I think you can have a deeper, more profound relationship with your biological experience, which is called introspection, extrospection, right? And I think that's what's missing, is like, we're in this meaning crisis. We're in this loneliness epidemic. Everyone's becoming an incel. Nobody knows what to do with their future. Nobody's like, we are lacking a deeper relationship with self. And then, of course, everything outside of us. Ethan is lacking depth. Yeah, chat knows. Karma just is. It just is. It's not a moral judgment. In the West, we've co-opted it to be like, that's your karma. You're going to get your karma. Ooh, your karma going to get you now. There's no one coming for you, girl. Karma is not a punishment. It just is. It's about relationship. We're lacking relationship. We're lacking relationship to self. And so we're lacking relationship with people. The fact that Ethan and Hassan can't figure out a way to get along, that's the world zoomed all the way out. You know what I mean? That's human beings. Like, I look at my family and I can't even get my family to be on the same page. And then I think about all of these big groups of people. As a collective, we need insane introspection healing, insane extrospection healing. But as a species, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. So then you have to sort of figure out, what can I do knowing that? Because remember, everyone is starting off figuring out their values and ethics based off of their origins. So if you're a Jew, or if you're a Muslim, or if you're a Catholic, you're starting off on a different origin story than somebody who is secular or believes maybe in a more scientific perspective, maybe void of religion. You know, it's not to say that God isn't real. It's to say that your relationship with God seems to only be in your head, which is fair. I'm okay with religious people existing. If you're new to my audience, there's a lot of people here who probably don't watch me regularly. In my perfect world, religious people exist. But in their perfect world, I don't. And that's why we have to have the conversations we're having. And like, I think it depends on who you talk to and who's traumatized. But I feel like there's a world where plenty of Jews and Palestinians would be happy to get along. But nobody wants to say yes to a circumstance where they're going to get fucked over. And right now, Palestine has been fucked over for 75 years, quite literally since the inception. And look, I've only read one book on it, so you don't forgive me for not being a fucking genius about it. But just reading the 100 Years' War put into perspective, from a political perspective, how Palestine has been so neglected and not a part of the conversation. And that really sucks, to look at a whole group of people and be like, we're going to need you to leave so we can build a resort here or whatever. Or in Israelis' perspective, I need you to leave because you don't fit in. Like, where's the humanity in that? And then, of course, on another level, it's men's pride. And on another level, it's religious superiority. And on another level, it's misogyny. On another level, it's racism. It's not like, oh, we liberate Palestine from the genocide and then everything's great. It's like, nope. After that, we deconstruct their misogyny, their homophobia, their transphobia. But first, we have to get to the point where we're even privileged enough to start deconstructing. Because right now, they can't. They're literally being genocided. We can't talk about all the other problems we need to figure out when we're focusing on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're at the bottom right now, girls. We're not even ready to start having that conversation, you know?
That's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying, I wonder if...
Wait, another philosophy question. How can somebody practice religion for good when it's inherently rooted in falsehood? That's a different question. You can practice anything. It doesn't have to be real to be good. Most of our life is built off of something that isn't real. Most of humanity survived this far because we're not focused on what's real. But also, if we start focusing on what's real, we would still be focusing on things that aren't. Like, there's nothing wrong with building a life around things that aren't real. Most of us live off belief alone. I believe most people are good. That, I don't know what that is. You know, so you don't have, the WWE might be fake, but the injuries are real. It doesn't have to be real to have impact.
The Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis
large.
want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis, I mean, obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent a threat to Israel, and I think that's. I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know, it's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters. That there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but you know, look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times. About things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop, to ceasefire. Ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
They were
500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages?
Well, what's the point of telling Hamas
It's kind of different.
to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
What?
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much
500,000
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street.
No, I think most Israelis would zoom out with me, guys. Zoom out with me again. Most people will say things like, I'll do anything to protect my kids, even if it means killing your kid. That's a very common belief in a lot of bubbles, right? Okay, stay with me here. I'm not sure Israelis, when asked with a microphone, if they would say, I want Palestinians genocided, though many have. But many might say that I would kill your child instead of my child. And I'm saying maybe it's not worth it, right? Because there is a belief that Muslim babies are corrupt babies from Christians and Jews that is very prominent in the West. I know, because even as an Assyrian myself, I grew up in a Christian Catholic denomination of Assyrian bubble, right? Chaldean bubble. And there's a belief amongst a lot of them that Muslim babies are terrorists from birth because they're raised to be sleepers. Not that they're born terrorists, but that their families make them into terrorists. And this is a real phenomenon in the Arab world, in the Middle Eastern world, in West Asia. This is a very large phenomenon. And this is what I don't think people are willing to say with their chest. But as a girl who heard it my whole life growing up, Barack Obama's a sleeper. Muslims are sleepers. Muslims all inherently will go back to the Quran, and the Quran is a terrorist book, so on and so forth, right? This is a belief that Jews and Christians teach their babies about Muslims, and then Muslims, and then we're all fucked. We're all fucked. And I'm saying pointing fingers and being like, who's less fucked is not going to help. In this situation, contextually speaking, Israel is more fucked because of the way they're treating Palestinian people by genociding them. Yes, but the justification that, these Muslim babies are born this way, these Palestinian babies are born this way, they're never going to love us as Jewish people is bullshit. What do I say to you, right? I say that, if there is a civil war in the U.S., my family and I would not be on the same side. And that should tell you everything you need to know. our families would not be on the same side. But I tell you this, some Israelis I've heard from have said that they would be on the side of their family because they love their family more than anybody. And that's fine from a human perspective, but that means regardless of how you think morally, you're willing to choose your family. And I'm saying my ethics and my morals have to go beyond my love for my family, because even though I love my family more than anything, I don't love them enough to be on the wrong side of history. And this is what people aren't understanding, is that a lot of people, because they love their family, will do immoral and unethical actions. We see this with mothers who hide their sons, hide their predator sons. We see this with mothers who victim blame the women, right? Because they can't believe their son. They want to protect their sons. I understand. From a human perspective, I understand you birthed this child, you love this child, but regardless of how much you love your child, you can visit them in prison. Okay? That at the end of the day, you know, I know this is hard. I know this is hard. Like I have seen people do what I would say is very unethical things in order to protect their family. And I personally, as a Brittany, have made the decision not to do that. But that doesn't mean that I don't understand why you're doing that. I just need you to say that's what you're doing, but you're pretending like that's not what you're doing. That's what a lot of people are doing. That's what a lot of people are doing. And that's humans going to human. What are you going to do? Right? Humans are going to human. So, you know, I understand why Israel is afraid of Palestinians, because they've been brought up to be afraid of them. And I understand they think if Palestine gets the power, they're going to genocide them. They're going to genocide you, and everyone's going to genocide. I know. But maybe we should deconstruct that. Why do we always think the other side is going to kill us? It's the same way the homophobes and the people in America don't want the left to have power, because they think the leftists are going to take their religion from them. Guys, if progressives win, Christianity still exists. Progressives don't care that you're Christian. We care that you're homophobic. And we don't even care that you're personally homophobic. We care that you're legally homophobic. We don't care. In a progressive universe, Christians exist. But in a Christian universe, gay people don't exist. And I'm too gay to be that Christian. And gay Christians in the chat, y'all better fucking deconstruct, because why are you following a patriarchal religion as a homosexual? Girl, don't even get me started, because not all gay people are queer. That's why. In the political sense. That's why.
For a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam, that's
Israel
10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea that Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that
I don't think they have enough of a problem to do anything about it, and they secretly hope Israel wins because they want their family protected, which I understand, but that's a part of the dilemma. Yeah.
Unfortunately, might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th, and that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they are cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes, well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope. But you know, that's all the most recent data.
No, I know that the sentiment
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. And sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that it just feels hopeless sometimes. But
it certainly does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC. That's,
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing. And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that front. Certain
we won't know.
We can't know, and that's the
no.
great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this: this was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though,
That was combative. Sam was pulling his punches. Sam was literally like a dad pulling his fucking punches, bro. That was combative. I mean, Ethan was definitely more, but like that was, you know what I'm saying? What?
I don't think that what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know.
This is what I'm saying. Sorry, this is what I'm saying. What do we even disagree on? I don't even know. Oh, sorry. I think he really believes that. God, does he not remind you of dealing with your conservative family? Like, it literally, why don't you want to vote for Trump? What's wrong with Trump? Well, what about this, this, and this? No. See, we're on the same page. We both want freedom. It's like, what? Yeah, we both want less government. Yeah, vote for Trump. Well, okay, hold on. It's like, this is, wow. In the year of our Lord, FKA Twigs, 2025 girls, we are not meeting people more than halfway. And Ethan is meeting everybody 25% of the way and being like, can you come the rest of the way? No. Not even, girl, not even.
Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's the ultimately the disagreements here.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not, it's largely, in my mind, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back in the
ceasefire.
I don't know if there's been, well, they wanted the hostages back. I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our conversation. That's all.
Well, I mean, you summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, like, it is what it is. And I think I don't remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
we'll leave it to the robots. Okay. Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway, and that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Thanks, I will.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Okay, so get ready. We're going to watch him recap the debate. And then we're going to skip around a bit because apparently Trisha tells a story about how she met Hassan. Don't care about that. To more debate recapping, just so we can feel like we've gone through it. Okay. And then tomorrow, I know Hassan is debating Ethan, but it's after my normal stream hours. So tomorrow, we'll come back and watch Ethan and Hassan have their, quote, last conversation in preparation for Tuesday's stream, which will be hopefully Hassan and Ethan debating. But who knows? Because one of them might pull out by tomorrow. Maybe it's not good. I don't even know why Hassan is talking to Ethan. To be honest with you, I don't think Ethan deserves the good faith. I think it's a bad decision in terms of that. But in terms of views and maybe Hassan getting a couple people persuaded to be more progressive could be good from a political standpoint. I also think it's weird that Ethan feels like Hassan is afraid. Hassan, it's just like, it's hard to talk to somebody that's not having a real conversation. It's a really difficult, Ethan should know, he's tried to talk to Fresh and Fit. Ethan should know how difficult it is to have a conversation with somebody that isn't actually being like open and curious and genuine. But he doesn't think of himself that way. That's how I'm reading him,
That was way different than I thought it was going to be.
Oh,
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
I don't get turned off by the combativeness.
Right.
Maybe it's that's
People
the
get
half,
squeamish
that's the
on
half
this
Jewish
issue.
part of
Yeah.
me.
But the truthfully is like, again, on the larger points, we agree. That's why I take cross with this issue of being like, he's a genocide supporter, he's a fucking baby killer, and all this insane. He goes, Sam, you never heard of hyperbole? Yeah, I've heard of hyperbole. It's fucking. Is that
You're the king of hyperbole.
Yeah. So I mean, like, is my downfall that I have too much faith? Or
All iPhone users contribute to child slavery and labor. That's just true. We all contribute to the Palestinian genocide as American voters because our tax dollars go towards Israel. We're just upset about it. And that's why we work so hard to support Palestinian voices, because we want to make it abundantly clear to our government and to people around the world, like, hey, without being anti-Semitic, we are not supporting Israel in this. This is, I know we have to do it because we're Americans and we only have so much like freedom, but we don't want to do it. Right? Just as Brittany, does that mean we shouldn't use iPhones? It means it's never that simple. It means you are X amount of degrees removed from how you impact the world. Look, I've gone plant-based because I'm not sure about factory farming. It seems to be very unethical, but most of the world eats meat, right? I'm not asking you to go plant-based. I'm not asking you to use Android. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm asking you to wake up every day and do a little bit less bad in some way that is accessible to you. Okay? That's all I'm asking you to do. And I'm not even asking you to do it, by the way, because we're all going to die and no one's going to remember us. But, you know, it might help your kids one day or the future one day, and that'd be nice. Nothing I'm suggesting has anything to do with us. We're the grown-ups in the room. I'm talking about kids, bro. What are kids going to wake up to? What are they being raised in? You know, everybody, all human beings are complicit to some level of evil or negativity or badness in the universe. You can't escape it. Every insect is, every animal is, you know, everyone is. You can't exist and not cause harm. You can only ever harm reduce. The problem is humans have such an ego on them. They think they wake up every day and never cause harm. And it's just impossible to exist without causing harm. You know? So you need to just wake up every day and try to do one less. So you're on the road, you notice yourself getting angry, breathe for 10 seconds instead of yelling at somebody or lashing out or getting road rage. Do it once a day. Pick something that your animal brain is like, I'm going to be pissed about this, and just be like, I'm going to be different today. I'm going to do one thing different today. Not do more good, less bad. This is very important. I am not asking you to do more good. I'm saying do less bad. But first you'd have to face yourself and recognize that you're even doing any bad in the first place, which most people don't do. Most people don't think they're doing anything bad ever. And not bad enough. I'm not moralizing it. I'm not saying, oh, you're a bad person. I'm saying lots of good people do lots of bad things, and that doesn't make you a bad person. Okay? But it doesn't mean you're not doing bad.
or I have too much optimism in the Israeli citizenry. Maybe I guess that's where we differ. That seemed to be where we were differing the most. I don't know.
I think you're right to identify that as the yeah, and I mean.
And chat says, does anyone know what time the debate is happening? I think it's happening 12:30 PST, which is what Ethan's Instagram said, which is why I know I can't do it, because right now it's 6:20 p.m. for me. It's only 9:20 PST. Like, I usually end stream about that time. So it's going to start usually when I start stream. So it's tomorrow at 12:30, I think.
Sam is older and, he's in his 50s or something. And so maybe he's just more jaded,
Looking pretty good. More jaded. No, I was going to say he's more wise because, he's got that salt and pepper wisdom. You know what I'm saying? That's so funny. A man who dedicates his life to politics. Look, Sam could be wrong. He's not perfect. But it's funny that they're calling him more jaded instead of more knowledgeable to some extent. But age isn't an indicator of wisdom, just for the record.
Yeah, he definitely is more jaded. There's no question about that. And rightfully so, right? Rightfully so.
But yeah,
Ethan is going to be 40 next year. I think he's 39.
I enjoyed watching that.
I will say, as a Jewish person, that the contentious point in the argument
Oh, Zach. I think Zach, Dan are Jewish too, right? Halians, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, per usual, you gave a grounded foundation to view this humaning in a thoughtful way. Thanks as always, and love to this little community we have here. Love to the community, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Argument of the clip of Hassan, it kind of shocked me, to be honest.
I was a little, to be honest, and as much as I love Sam, he was being very obtuse, in my opinion, when trying to talk about that clip to avoid criticizing Hassan, which is fine. I understand.
See, he's putting on Sam something that isn't true, but I can see why he thinks that. I can see if I put myself, guys, let's do it. If we put ourselves in Ethan's shoes and pretend we're Ethan, I too think I would assume he was saving face for Hassan. Because no one's having a real conversation, including Sam. See, Sam can't have a real conversation with Ethan because Ethan won't allow a real conversation. So Sam has to play dad in the situation and move around Ethan's limited understanding of the situation and the way that you think about having a serious conversation with a kid. We can't. So if I was Ethan, I'd be like, hey, I can tell you're trying to you're like, imagine your dad is trying to you can tell hey dad, you're pulling your punches. You're not having a real conversation. We can tell when people aren't having a real conversation with us. Well, maybe I'm autistic, so I can tell. I can tell because I feel like I'm doing that, right? But Ethan, if I was Ethan, I might think that too. But that's why we deconstruct, because I remember being a Brittany that thought differently than the Brittany I am today. And I knew the only way to become a different Brittany was to deconstruct and ask myself why. So in this conversation, nobody asked each other, oh, why do you think that? Oh, Sam, that's so interesting. Can you tell me more? I actually don't understand. But the reason debates suck, and Hassan has said this himself, the reason debates suck is because it's not about inquiry. It's about winning. It's about saying the cooler thing that gets clipped and proves who won. And not that Ethan wasn't making a slight joke here when he said, did I get owned? I think it was a slight joke, to be fair. But I think he does want to feel vindicated and validated in his beliefs. Your feelings are valid, but maybe they're not reasonable. Your thoughts are valid, but let's deconstruct them to make sure they're reasonable. Deconstruction isn't to destroy. Deconstruction is to observe. It's to pull apart and understand the structure of a thought and put it back together and make sure that it's coherent, right? So when we're viewing these people, I think Ethan genuinely believes what he's saying, and that's why content creators have to make content about him, because he really believes what he's saying, and it is contrary to what they believe. So when he says, Sam, what do we possibly disagree on? It seems like we agree. You guys agree in the same way I agree with Republicans and conservatives that we want less government and we want more control over our lives. But we obviously don't agree on the method, the reality, to what extent. And Ethan doesn't get that. Yes, I agree with conservatives. Less government, less control over our lives. You see how the parties play it out different, though? You see how these things play out different, though? And that's what Ethan isn't getting. How could he be that different from Sam if they're saying the same thing? But they're not, are they? That's why it got combative, because they're not saying the same thing, and they do disagree.
He doesn't want to get into that game, right? Of being on record, being like, oh yeah, Hassan shouldn't have said that or whatever, right? But ultimately, obviously, I greatly disagree with him. And I think it's funny how he talks about how dangerous it is for me to call out anti-Semitism or how ridiculous it is for me to weaponize it like that. It's like when at the same time.
It's a weird thing because you don't really want to
No. Chat says, I'm only disagreeing with you because this is my special interest, and I think categorization is really important. You said he does not believe what he's saying. He says contradictory things all the time. Ethan wouldn't lie or be inconsistent if he actually believed the things he said. I, with all respect, disagree with you. I interact with thousands of people frequently. First of all, truth is inconsistent and contradictory. Life is tiny contradictions. I believe in no violence, and yet people eat animals. I believe in no violence, and yet we commit abortions. I believe in no violence, and yet I kill plants, right? Truth is contradictory in nature. That is what the complicated part of being a person is. That's why philosophy is still debating what love is. Ethan doesn't, a lie in my mind has to be intentional. And I don't think Ethan is intending to lie. I think he's misunderstanding. And the same way, a grifter is actually somebody who knows they're grifting. I think we have to be careful with these words in terms of categorization only for the sake of our own brains. If just for the sake of yourself. So you can really understand like humans are going to human because of these things, right? Like it is real. Yeah, cognitive dissonance is real, right? So when we're having these conversations, we have to think about what it means to be a person and how do people operate and intentionality and thoughtfulness and why it matters, right? Chat says, truth is contradictory. I think that means your truth isn't true, honey. I know what you mean, but you didn't say it right. Man, do we like this chatter? Because the condescension is beyond, bro. Truth is contradictory. You're just wrong. Don't say I know what you mean, but you didn't say it right. I said it perfectly. And don't call me honey, bro. I'll ban you just for fun. Just for fun, I'll ban you. Because you know why? I don't need honey anymore, girls. The expectation of bees is real.
I understand the impulse to just want to have a conversation with Sam and keep it with like the here and now of, your beliefs and everything. But, the degree to which the harassment that you and Hila have
Oh, never mind. Debate bro in the chat, bros. If something contradicts itself, it's not true. If there is an exception to the rule, it isn't a rule. Ooh, this is debate bro bubble. This is I went to philosophy like class bubble. This is okay. I'm going to let you stay just so people understand the bubble you're in. This is a really good example of that bubble. Yeah, if something contradicts itself, it's not true. Oh, it's like philosophy 101. I'll keep you here for now, bros. I'll keep you here for now.
experienced over the last couple of years. Like it is part of the story, and like,
yeah, it's true.
I don't know, it's tricky because like I get the impulse to like not want to get into it, but like that is a component of all of this. That
well, and unfortunately, whatever Sam's been peppered with before the debate, I've seen is his co-host telling him that I'm obsessed with Hassan, that I'm having a mental health break, that I'm a genocidal maniac, all this kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of, without having any of the backstory, that's the flavor he's coming in with. But ultimately, I find, I don't want to speak ill of Sam, right? I appreciate him coming and having an honest conversation with me.
I want to value your consent. You said that's not an argument. All you did was threaten me and marginalize me into a category of people you don't like. Go ahead and ban me. Hey, I value your consent. Banned. Thank you for participating. Wish you the best.
Also disappointed by his response to that specific line of questioning, Zach. I share that with you. And I think the way that he was hand-waving away anti-Semitism as like, it doesn't matter that people are discriminating against Jewish people in America because of what's happening in Gaza. And it's like, well, first of all, two different issues, kind of. Whatever's happening in Gaza is one thing, and whatever rise into anti-Semitism we're seeing in America is a whole different fucking thing with its own set of problems. And
just as he is obsessed with Hassan, I think he's obsessed with Hassan because he thinks he's right, and Hassan stands for everything he thinks is wrong. I don't even think he thinks about Hassan. I think Ethan thinks he's standing up to like a very bad person. Look, you guys know I don't watch Hassan because I don't think he's progressive enough. I don't think he goes deep enough. But I understand Hassan's perspective enough to know Ethan is wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Ethan doesn't understand Hassan's position enough to know why he's wrong. That's the problem, is Ethan has made Hassan into a villain that he isn't. He's just not the villain you think he is. And that's why it sounds like, oh, Brittany's just like defending Hassan. I'm just pointing out how Ethan is wrong. And if that ends up with me defending Hassan, it is what it is. It just proves my point even further. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm pointing out how Ethan is wrong.
Believe it or not, they're both bad. To the same extent? Obviously not, right? Obviously, one has an immediate, horrible effect in Gaza right now.
Chat says Ethan has a hero complex. Most men do, and that's why most men are dangerous. Men who have hero complexes are dangerous. That's that form of toxic masculinity. That's the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Ethan is just acting like a man always does. Thinking he's right, thinking it's his job to save people, and thinking people are too stupid to know how to save themselves. Ethan is falling perfectly into that complex, which is why I say dismantle, deconstruct, get rid of the patriarchy. It is hurting boys. And then make sure when you marry a man, he doesn't care about being a man. The best kind of man is a man who doesn't care that he's a man. Because if he cares he's a man, he's going to, quote, save you because he thinks it's his job, even at the expense of you and his children and the world around him. Why do you think in philosophy, the number one thing we challenge is our ego? Because our ego is the falsehood, the narrator that convinces us we are correct. Why in psychology, when you go to therapy, the first thing we look at is ourselves, and we look at the way that our ego is there to protect ourselves. Why do you think we fight the shadow? Why do you think we face ourselves? The greatest enemy to humanity is us. It's humanity itself. And you want to talk about a contradiction? Humanity is the greatest destructive force to itself, and it's the only thing that can save itself. Now figure that out, kids.
Now, and the threat of anti-Semitism is an amorphous, nebulous thing that's like hard to measure and hard to say. And Jews, our whole life in America, people call it the golden age of Judaism, is this time, the past 50, 60, 70 years in America for Jewish people. We it's hard to tell, right? You go, oh, what is anti-Semitism? What isn't? And when you're allies with people that, in my opinion, are spreading dangerous ideas, like Hassan is. I think Sam, who grew up in I think he sees too much good in Hassan, and I see too much good in the Israeli population.
Oh, Sam sees too much good in Hassan, and Ethan sees too much good in the Israeli population. Why can't it be both? I think I see the good in the Israeli population and I see the good in Hassan. I see very bad in the Israeli government, and I see a lot of people falling for the rhetoric and the bullshit, and I think they're giving into the hate in their hearts. I see all of Hassan's flaws, but nothing in relation to Palestine. See, that's the problem. All of my issues with Hassan have nothing to do with his Palestinian takes. So, I can't give Hassan criticism because I don't have any issue with his Palestinian takes. I have issue with Israelis' Palestinian takes. I have issues with Israelis, but not Israelis. I have issues with the way that they're saying yes to the propaganda, right? The same way I have issues with Ethan for gobbling up the propaganda of the government he says he's so against. He keeps telling me Israelis are anti the Israeli government. Well, then say it with your chest. Make it clear. Support Palestine. But you're not supporting Palestine. Chat says, Brittany, do you see Ethan talking about how he doesn't deal with criticism, how he gets obsessed and vindictive, then generates more criticism and makes him even more obsessive and vindictive? Yeah, I think Ethan spirals, he loops, right? I think Ethan, look, it can be a very neurodivergent trait as well, though it could be a universal trait, but to focus in on something and loop on it and you can't get yourself out of it. And also Ethan suffers, I think, from a sense of justice. If you're autistic, your sense of justice is also a disability. Because though our sense of justice feels good to us, it can also be the thing that spirals us into not understanding that life was never fair. And because things aren't fair, it can upset us to the point where we can't even leave the house sometimes because we're just so frustrated with the reality. But once you deconstruct and you recognize that, it depends on your origin story. It depends on the origin story you tell yourself, guys. I cannot say this enough. Every human being has an origin story to why they exist on the planet, and that informs everything else they do. Even if you don't even think you have one, you do. You wake up every day with an idea of what you're doing on the planet, and that informs every reason you do anything else you do, including if you do nothing. This is why nihilism ends up being depicted as brain rotting, bed rotting, just not living your life. I can't do anything, nothing matters, because that's what's informing that person. And so they live out their life. So everything you do comes from a place. I want Ethan to understand, where does his motivation for stuff come from? Where did his relationship to self exist before October 7th? Because I've been watching Ethan for years, and I've always felt like Ethan was always my dumb person podcast. I always need something to turn my brain off, and I always watched H3. That's what I watched. I watched Frenemies. I watched Ethan because Ethan's content was no brain cells needed to watch. And now that he's hey, I want to engage in politics, we're all no, you stay in your lane. And he's I don't want to. And now that we're treating him like somebody who's in our lane, not even my lane, in Hassan's lane, He's like, why are you guys beating up on me? Well, you wanted to join the club. And the club is ruthless, bro. That's why I got out of the debate bro bubble. Like, I'm not even in the political lane, for the record. I'm in the philosophy lanes, but we overlap. So what I'm trying to say is, it feels like Ethan doesn't know his category, his place, his why, and then he loops in not understanding the language of the bubble. Like, he doesn't understand the bubble he's in, which I've done plenty of times. We've all done. We've all been in a social situation where we look back and we're like, I think I was reading the situation wrong. Okay? Ethan is just reading it so wrong, right? Like, to even start talking about his opinion, I would first have to deconstruct why he's even here in the first place. He's not political. He's not an activist. He didn't dedicate his life to politics. He's not like you know what I mean? He's not a political streamer, but he wants to debate political streamers. I think, here's my honest to God opinion, and with no judgment, I think he's neurodivergent and seeking a dopamine fix. And I think on top of that, his sense of justice is convincing him that he's the hero. And because he's a man under patriarchy who hasn't deconstructed, he's convinced he has to do this as a man. That is my hottest take on why Ethan Klein does what he does. Without knowing him, without being able to read his mind, without being a friend of his, this is what I think it is. And I think he would have to deconstruct all of those things to even try to figure out, who am I? Okay? That's what I think is happening.
And hey, who's to say who's right? I'm right.
I think that's a joke, but I could be wrong. I think it was a joke that might be true, but it could also just be a joke, because I make jokes like that all the time. But I don't know if he's making a joke right there. Who's to say?
Yeah, like
Oh, there he is. Oh,
in response to what Zach was saying, like when I first saw that clip, I didn't see it that way, but you know, I'm not Jewish, so I found it interesting that you guys are having this conversation to give both perspectives. One thing I kind of wish is that you guys both could have defined what Zionism is, like what you, because I feel like that's a big point in all of this.
I agree, and it's such a stupid word because it has such a broad meaning. And like when Hassan says Zionist tendencies, that's why I think it's important to ask Sam, who I think is avoiding the question, frankly, because he knows that it looks bad. He doesn't want to answer it. So he responds by saying like, oh, you think this matters? Let's not talk about the specifics of what Zionist tendency is, because clearly Hassan's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, he doesn't have the context. And by the way, I'm still willing to give Hassan the benefit of the doubt that he's not anti-Semitic, right? But once again, as I've stated in the past, yeah, I'm willing to, but at what I've said previously is that he's very comfortable fostering a community that is blatantly hateful and anti-Semitic. He's comfortable.
Look, chat saying, totally agree with the dopamine adrenaline fix. I also think his first priority in life is always going to be Gila, and some of this is because she's more political now. He wants to be aligned with her. And I will say, as a married person, my partner and I want to be the most aligned possible. It would be very awkward if I was married to somebody that was pro-Israel. Like, it'd be pretty uncomfortable to some extent, or at least somebody who didn't understand the Palestinian genocide. Like, I don't think I could be married. Like, this would be a deviation in reality for us, or like somebody who believed in God, right? So I can understand if Gila and Ethan, if Ethan deconstructed and became like anti-Israel in a similar way as Hassan, then he might need to actually work on his marriage as well, which is fair. My partner and I have those open conversations together all the time. Like, could we ever have a belief system that could deviate us so radically that we would have to get a divorce, as an example? Hopefully not, because I love this consciousness. And I don't think so, because I think this is my high compatibility partner. This is the love of my life. But we do have those conversations out loud because we know it's a reality for us. We're both very confident in the way we see the world. And we're both very introspective and both interested in deconstruction. So I think if Ethan and Hilo did have that deviation, they would have to sit down and make sure they remain on the same page. I think it's incredibly vital for high compatibility partners. And I do think Ethan and Hilo are high compatibility partners. I think they are the love of each other's life, to be on the same page. You know, when we're talking about things that are not we compromise the dishes, we don't compromise on genocide, right? We compromise on who does the dishes, we don't compromise on genocide. The dilemma is like, you know, even conservative families are like this. Like, I couldn't even imagine being married to somebody who like voted for Trump or was a Trump supporter. Like, that would just be so, it would feel like every day I was waking up to a dangerous person in a sense. You know, so I agree with you that they need to be on the same page, but I want to make sure we're not blaming Gila for convincing Ethan. I want to give Ethan 100% responsibility in this. He's not a victim of Gila's influence. He's not a victim of Gila. He is 100% a grown-up acting on his own, you know, because the misogyny of it all is to blame Gila. If I've never heard a more misogynistic take from the internet, which I'm not blaming Chad of doing, but I've seen it on Reddit. The misogyny of blaming Gila for his actions is too much for me. Okay? So I just want to make sure we are 100% holding Ethan accountable for his beliefs, and I trust him to advocate for himself. Yeah.
You know, expressing these ideas irresponsibly the way he communicates, which is what that clip displays, I think. So while I don't think he's anti-Semitic, I think he's responsible for perpetuating a lot of it. And I think Sam's refusal to answer questions like what a Zionist tendency means was, you know, a way of him avoiding answering a difficult question that would impugn Hassan. Because frankly, there's really nothing positive to say about what he did. And so Sam took I guess, if you want to talk about debate, and Sam's a great debater, right? Everybody knows that. He's a great conversationalist.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Puppy for joining memberships. Love that. Shout out to FD Signifier in chat. Says the internet. How is this a woman's fault? Exactly. Thank you, FD. Shout out to FD Signifier.
He doesn't really get the best of. Nobody really gets the best of him in conversation. I mean, the only way he could really take that on was to be like, it doesn't matter, you know, in the totality of things. So that's the route he took. And I was disappointed by that as well.
Whoa. YouTube does that.
At the end of the day, I knew it was unlikely that he was going to say a bad thing about Hassan. I was specifically trying not to even go there. In fact, when I showed him that first video of me talking about my views,
it feels weird for Ethan to say, hey, I don't want this conversation to be about Hassan, but then make the whole hour about Hassan. And then Sam's put in a position, like, let's talk about Palestine. This is what I'm saying. Like, I just want to remind people that this stream is titled Entertainment Today because it's obviously not about Palestinians. It's about 2 content creators or 3 content creators or all of us arguing about things that are about ego and Ethan. And so Sam is like trying to have the conversation, which again, I feel like there should have been maybe some questions, maybe like a 10 questions, a direction for the stream. I feel like Ethan should have opened up with, hey, I really feel like I'm pro-Palestinian and I'm getting a lot of pushback from people that I think I'm on the same side as. Can you explain to me why they might feel like I'm not on their side and why you might feel like I'm not on your side? And then maybe they could have gone from there. But there was like the lack of curiosity, obviously. But I also think I like that he said he's open to thinking Hassan is an anti-Semitic. But I would like to see him, I think, ask himself, 1, why is he open to that? And 2, what would it take for him to be sure? Because I am very, anti-Semitism is very interesting. Because America is so, I have to think about this now too. What would it take for someone not to be anti-Semitic who's from a region that is claiming, like, that is often portrayed as being anti-Semitic? See, the issue is the West says Muslims are anti-Semitic in the same way. That's why the fear between the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims exists. So now I'm confused. Does he trust Hassan to be more than a boy from Turkey and more from a Muslim background? Does Ethan harbor some Islamophobia deep in his consciousness that makes him concerned about Hassan? I'm not sure. I can't read his mind, you know? Okay, let's see. Hold on. 2 memberships. Thank you guys so much. Maraja or Mariah. I feel like both could be the pronunciation. I could be wrong. And Skirple. Thank you guys for being members. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I was kind of surprised that he actually had found something to criticize in it. I had said,
what was it? I don't remember.
Let me rewatch.
See, even that, I think all of us could easily criticize Hassan. I feel like I am on the side of TikTok that does nothing but criticize Hassan. So I feel like I could pull up like 10 talking points that could criticize Hassan. This idea, and I've gotten this criticism from H3 fans, that like, again, Brittany's pulling for Hassan. I'm just showing you how Ethan is wrong. So the consequence of that might look like I'm defending Hassan. But like, I'm Ethan saying that out loud tells me where his mindset is, that he doesn't understand that we all hold criticism for Hassan and we think he might be more right when it comes to Palestine. And I don't know why Ethan, well, I know why, but you know, Ethan can't understand the nuance between the two, right?
That clip, because I was quite surprised. Like from the beginning, this conversation did not go how I thought it would at all. And it started with this clip here. Let me see. You know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs.
Oh, sorry, pause. Chat said, I think Ethan will somehow see Hassan as less American than himself. Yes. Yes. And not like, because Ethan was born in America, I think, right? That's the other thing that coming from an immigrant background is really interesting about who's more American or less American. This has been so much more clear to me as the administration goes and, disappears people and stuff. I've been thinking about this because, again, not that it would be funny, but I always wonder, like, did my parents do their paperwork perfectly? Is everything in line? Is there anything possibly gonna, how far back are they gonna go for the immigrant status? How far back are they gonna go for people, right? And that's the thing. My parents are here legally. They have citizenship. They've been here for very many years, right? But it's like one of those things. Wait, Chad says Hassan was born in Jersey. Was he born in Jersey, then went to Turkey and then came back? Or was he born in Turkey, went to Jersey, went back? Because I've heard both and I'm always confused on which. He was born in New Jersey, but he grew up in Turkey. Yeah, I wonder if Ethan thinks he's more American. Maybe. See, in the FD says Hassan isn't an anchor, baby. I will say this, because Islamophobia is so rampant in the US, at least in the bubbles I grew up in, and anti-Semitism is so like I grew up, like, quote, forgive me, loving Jewish people. Like I grew up in a bubble where Muslims bad, Jews good. Also, we're a Syrian Catholic. So we're like in the middle, right? We're like, it's very confusing. So I lost my train of thought. Fuck. So Ethan Hassan, born in Jersey to Turkey. Oh, what if Ethan, because he grew up with Islamophobia, no doubt in his circles, because America is so Islamophobic, internalized that thought process about Hassan. So in the very back of his head, he is thinking Hassan is one of the kill the Jew Arabs, in quotation marks, in quotation marks, in quotation marks, in quotation marks. And so it's coming out in this way now where he's afraid of being wrong about Hassan, which is interesting because over a year after him and Hassan had their initial falling out, Hassan told his chat, I have faith in Ethan. He's not going to go conservative. But honestly, I do not. Brittany does not. I have a feeling Ethan is going to hang out with Jordan Peterson in the next 2 years. Ethan, let me save you from these Machiavellian mothers. Ethan, Hassan is not your friend. I'll be your friend, Ethan. Ethan. Yeah, I wonder if it's some of that, because I don't know that Ethan has asked himself, like, have you ever deconstructed that part, Let's see, FD says Islamophobia, similar to racism, is rather benign. It's always there, and then at random time, it erupts heavily. Yeah. And I feel like Ethan is, he's like a volcano waiting to erupt. I just don't know in which direction is the thing. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's go back. We just watched this the last 2 days, so it's kind of funny that Ethan is bringing it up since we just got a refresher on it.
Okay. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Okay. He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. He was saying that there's this talking point that I've seen percolating on the left, which is that to put it kind of, to summarize it crassly, that Israelis are evil, basically. I mean, to put it crassly, right? That's kind of...
Wait, chat. You said, didn't Jordan Peterson get all mad at Ethan on Twitter because Ethan deleted the vid he interviewed him? Yes. And then he said, Ethan, I'm warning you, the left will eat you the way they ate me. And that's, okay, this is the anti-Kasparian thing. Human beings, because they're hurt and are seeking validation, will move towards the bubble that gives them the validation. And so Ethan, like Jordan, like Anna, might feel so wounded by the left, he might actually go right. That's just the theory. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying I don't bet, but I might just bet. And that's all I'm saying. Jordan's going to feel so vindicated if it happens. Jordan's going to be like, I told you, Ethan. Ethan, I told you. I warned you. And then all the other ilk that are similar are going to be like, see how they eat the left? See how the left eats itself?
And what he's saying is that the majority of Israelis just want civilians to die. I mean, that's kind of what he said, and he didn't even deny it. I think that's insane. I think
pretty Drominus. Love
that's
it.
Insane. And especially the context of this clip being 2 days after October 7th, I think it was. The sentiment was a lot different before and after and during and now. The sentiment in Israel's changed a lot. So when I said that, I think it was more accurate. I think it's still accurate. But obviously there is a huge problem in Israel of of people being, complicit and comfortable with what the military is doing.
Right, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and I don't want to represent myself as an expert on any of this at all. So if
Expert opinion, Dan.
No, it's definitely not. Just from what I recall reading, is that prior to October 7th, support for giving the Palestinians a state in Israel was at basically an all-time high, and that has cratered since October 7th, which is the great, one of the great tragedies of this whole situation, and kind of dark irony of it is it now feels like we are further than ever from some sort of peaceful solution to all this. So.
Yeah, but whose responsibility is that? I want them just to say, who do you think in this situation could fix it? Who has the most power to fix this situation?
The thing that we didn't discuss is that most of the peaceniks.
Let me real-time fact check myself on that, because that's a big claim.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that I'm right. But I seem to remember seeing polls that generally over the course of the last 10 years or so, support for.
I'm speaking like not just from stats, which I have looked up and seen polls and stuff, but like empirically. I lived in Tel Aviv for 5 years, and I know what the people are like there, right? And
do people change? When did Ethan live in Tel Aviv? Probably 15 years ago, 20 years ago, right? He's 40. He was there with him and Hila when they were young. So you know what I'm saying? When he goes, oh, I used to live there for 5 years. Okay, I used to live in Seattle in 2012. I'm pretty sure it's different now. Like, I also used to live places, but I feel like places change. Like, I understand why he's saying that, but I feel like I could not tell you what Seattle was up to because I haven't been there in forever. I left in 2018. I don't even know what it's like right now. Right? Doesn't it feel like weird that he keeps saying that? Ted says, where's your family from, Brit? My family's from Iraq. We're Syrian Chaldeans. And we started immigrating here around Kennedy. Ish. And the United States, but I actually live in Croatia right now. Okay. Thank you for asking.
Obviously, it's a progressive city.
That's likely one of the more progressive pockets.
It is.
In the country.
It's like Los Angeles or New York is. It's a progressive city, right? So obviously, they'll be more inclined to want peace.
Listen, when I went home to visit my family one time, girls, I went home to visit my parents, and I got lost going to my parents' home that they've lived in since 2005. Do you know why? Because while I had been away, they built like 3,000 homes in the suburb. My parents live in the country, but it's now the suburb because they built up. And when I was home, I literally got lost. That's how fast things can change. And I was only gone for a few years. I was like, what happened? All you got to put up is 2 stoplights and all of a sudden a neighborhood changes. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying I understand he lived there. I think that's really valid. I just think it might be outdated,
But ultimately what happened on October 7th that we didn't talk about is that a ton of the peace activists, like most of them, lived on the southern border specifically so they could help people in Gaza. They would drive people across the border to the hospital. They would help people get to and from work. They were advocating, they were doing what they could as individuals to help facilitate peace. And many of them, you hear their stories time and time again, were just slaughtered by Hamas. And I think that's part of what really jaded the Israeli public too, is like, look what happens when you want to support peace. Obviously that's not.
What do you say? Wait.
I think that's part of what really jaded the Israeli public too, is like, look what happens when you want to support peace. Obviously that's not, I don't think, the right conclusion, but that was.
Wait, I'm confused. I was reading chat. What did he just say?
Their conclusion is like all the people that wanted peace were murdered by Hamas.
Okay, I'm not going to come out here and defend men under the patriarchy who might have murdered Israelis, right? I'm not going to defend. But also feels a little bit like propaganda, feels a little bit like Israeli propaganda. Israelis, they just want peace, guys. They just want peace, but Hamas. If it wasn't for Hamas, there would be peace. Because darn those Hamas and their kids in their van.
See, like I have, friends or family even that will say that they don't believe there's an innocent Israeli. And I think obviously stuff like that is super dangerous. And
I agree.
I'll never
Thank
agree
you.
with that. But in terms of the Pew research is often what's referenced. And again, Sam brought that up, that there was only 19% of people in May in Israel from the poll who thought that it went too far.
Oh, wait, chat. Is he talking about October 7th? Because technically a lot of the people on October 7th who died, they were pro-Palestinian. He said maybe, oh, no. Wasn't the festival called Peace Festival? Maybe that's what he meant. Oh, yeah, that still doesn't matter when you zoom out. Look, murder bad. Great take. Very brave. Everybody clap for stream. We're very brave here. Murder bad. Killing bad. Very brave of us. But if you zoom out, and that's what Ethan has a problem with, and I think when you, okay, zoom out with me. When we lack curiosity and we don't know why things happen, we assign like a personal vendetta to people and we make it about their humanness, like their humanness, like Hamas's humanness. Hamas is just people. Like Hamas is just men with guns, like just people with families. They're just a group of dudes who are like, I know what's up. Okay. Like they're not special. They're not unique. They're not different. They're just people who are like, I know what to do. Okay. Everybody pause. Okay. Ethan and Israel and America and anybody really, this is a universal trait. But what we do is we look at the bad guy, whoever that is in our head, and we make it out like they're not just dudes. Like they're not just dudes. Like dudes. Because we can't think of a dude doing something like this. They're not just a dude, Brittany. There's something bigger than that. They're just a dude. A dude with an idea of what he thinks is right. So the moral of the story is be cautious around a man who thinks he's correct. Not that this is some, I don't know, metaphysical force that has no end or start or has magical powers or is gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we make them monsters in our head. We make them so big in our head. They're just dudes. It was like the Yemeni kid who showed up on Hassan's stream and everyone's like, he's a terrorist. He's a kid, bro, who grew up in an environment and he just wants freedom for his people. And humans tend to think violence is the answer. This isn't a fault of, like, this is not something any of us are not innocent, like guilty of. We are guilty as human beings for thinking violence is the answer. The question, can we talk about that? Can Americans talk about it? Like, can we actually have the conversation about the fact that human beings tend to think violence is the answer? And this isn't about standing up for yourself. This isn't self-defense. I'm talking about people think violence is the answer to in such a way that they feel like they can make the first move and feel good about it. Remember that October 7th wasn't the first move. Hamas didn't make the first move. So I'm saying, like, I think Israel is painting it, and this is the propaganda, that Hamas started it. And that's what Ethan keeps kind of saying in a way, that like Hamas started it. And I think that's the dilemma I'm going to have with this rhetoric, right? I think that's always going to be exhausting to me. I feel like exhausted when I talk to people. I remember being on a panel once about why men and women are moving in different directions politically. And I said, well, let's zoom out. And everyone's like, no. And I was like, okay. Why am I? And that's why I stopped doing panels with people, because I was like, I have to zoom out. I have to know what the goal is. I have to know the why. Otherwise, I can't problem solve this with you, because every solution you bring up will be a Band-Aid. Like every solution you bring up will be a cope and we'll be dealing with it in 20 years. I just don't want to have to deal with it in 20 years. Can we figure it out? But we're not going to really figure it out. And again, this goes back to what I said yesterday on stream. You can't go to a streamer for a solution when the answer is outside of your power. There are no solutions to universal problems. There are only suggestions for moving humanity in a direction. As a collective, as a species, humans are moving in a better direction. But on the micro, we're dealing with a lot of things that need to be deconstructed. And since they aren't, it's just a tangled mess. So I feel like, I think I get exhausted talking to Ethans, because it feels like, one, I'm actually doing work that I think is really promising. And I feel like in my own personal life, I'm making real differences. And it feels like when I'm engaging with them, I'm not making a difference. And I think when we, review it, I think we make a difference. I think I've had a lot of new people come into my community who've said, oh, you never thought about it that way. Cool. That's what I want to hear. But if I was to talk to an Ethan, and again, I'm not trying to Hassan can do what he wants, I wouldn't feel like I was getting anywhere. Like I don't, it would feel weird. It would feel like talking to a wall. Like, I'm never going to convince my parents not to be MAGA. So talking to them about MAGA at this point, after all of these years of trying, feels like I could be doing anything else with my time. And I'll be there. I'll be compassionate. Of course, I'll be there for my parents, like if they need me for anything. But if they need me to be somebody who becomes MAGA, I can't be that for them. If Ethan needs Hassan to be somebody that makes Ethan feel valid in his beliefs, he can't be that for Ethan. Ethan, minus their friendship, this is what is so frustrating about being a YouTuber and making any kind of connection online. Even if you were my sister, I would have to say your ideas are bad. I mean, I do. I have siblings and we disagree. Like, Ethan keeps saying, but you're my friend. Ian's my friend. Hassan was my friend. Why aren't they standing up for me? I might be your friend, but I'm not going to stand up for your bad ideas. And this in of itself needs to be deconstructed. Because how many of you grew up hearing, oh, I'd bury a body for my best friend? With peace and love, I am not burying a body for you. Don't put me in a position to have to even think about burying a body. Okay? It's exhausting and silly. No. And that's what Ethan's asking. He's asking Hassan to bury a body for him. And Hassan's like, I can't do that for you. And Ethan's like, why not? You're my friend. I can't. And then Ethan's like, I can't believe you told everybody that I wanted you to bury a body for me. And Hassan's like, you put me in that position. You should have told me you had a body to bury. And then here we are. And so now Hassan's going to go talk to him tomorrow about burying the body. And it's just like, what are we doing? Going to be a great stream, though. Going to love reviewing it. I'm probably going to make some money off it. And it is, in many ways, exactly what all of our trouble is with all of humanity. Ethan and Hassan, it's like being at a family get-together for me. That's what it reminds me of, right? Chad says, I'm sorry, but what you're saying doesn't make sense. That's okay. You don't have to understand it. I think it's good that you are willing to say out loud you're not understanding me. I really appreciate that. I hope I can give you some tools during the stream for you to better understand me and to better understand what's happening. But you're welcome to be here and to listen, and hopefully I can do that.
And
I got to see that poll.
yeah,
That was from May?
Yeah, it was from May 2024. This is often referenced.
It's a little old, but I don't know if that's changed. Let's see.
Well, it's May tomorrow, so it's basically a year old, right?
Yeah.
I think, like, I totally agree that the public is way too comfortable and complicit in all this. I think the question of, do they want to end the war? I think this is, I mean, yeah, it's disturbing, you know what I mean? But let me see what this says. Israelis are divided over the country's military response. Percent who say Israel's military response against Hamas and Gaza has gone too far, been about right, not gone far enough, which is crazy, right? That's crazy. Mm-hmm. These are the radicals for sure. I think people who are like, yeah, it's been about right. It's more like, again, I'm maybe, you know, people will say I'm being too optimistic. I see that as like, we've done enough. And like, we've done everything we can do.
Yeah, but at that point, in May, like, they've already done so much.
Well, I'm saying the people are saying, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Like, ideally, looking at it objectively, you would say it's gone too far. But to, you know, be charitable, I think a lot of people...
Wait, this doesn't even back up what he's been saying. Who % say Israel will achieving their goals of 13, 27, 40? What do you mean? This doesn't... Am I stupid? I think I'm dumb. Hold on. Israelis are divided over the country's military response against Hamas and Gaza. Gone too far. Been about right. Not far enough. Yeah, so majority of the country supports Israel and their genocide of the Palestinians. Wasn't Ethan just saying that's not true? But this literally proves it's true. Okay, right?
Too far. But to, you know, be charitable, I think a lot of people who are saying it's been about right are trying to say that the war should end. We've done the right amount.
I don't think that's what he's saying, is it? I feel like he's been very charitable, isn't he?
Of it. And let's just end the war. I mean, not gone enough, far enough. 34% is fucking bananas, obviously. Like, percentage who will say Israel will blank in achieving its goals in the war. Definitely fail.
Wait, chat. Hold on. Did you say, hold on. Chad said, I do understand you, but it doesn't line up with what happened. And then you went on to say the whole ththing started because Ethan unfollowed Frogan. Bro, what are you? Palestine versus Israel? Actually, it started here. Actually, it started here. You're not going far enough. It did not start with Ethan unfollowing Frogan. We covered it yesterday. It started before that. It always started before that. It even yesterday didn't start the beginning. It started years ago. It started when Ethan was a baby. It started when Hassan was a baby. It didn't even start there. Nothing ever starts there. Nothing ever starts. It started generations ago. It started 75 years ago. It started 100 years ago. The beginning is an illusion. Thinking we understand when things began. No.
Probably fail, probably succeed, definitely succeed, 40%. So, I mean, people in Israel have faith that
This
they'll
is
succeed. I don't even
that
know.
same one from back in May.
This is from March
more recent?
3rd to April 4th, 24.
2024. Okay, got it.
Yeah. I don't know where the war was or what it was happening back then. I think that might have been during the time of like the hot war,
Yeah, I'm not
which
sure.
I think tensions were even more peaked at that time. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's disturbing. I don't deny that. But I also despise the way that, you know, Sam talks about the, you know, I don't see it being productive being like Israelis are evil. I don't see the point of saying that.
Well, it's the way we say like American soldiers are baby murderers. It's kind of hyperbole, right? It's not real, but it's kind of real. Like it's the same way people say, that's why I try to understand people when they say things. Like there's room for an understanding of what people are saying to be you know, human beings are so imperfect, guys. We're just so fucking imperfect. And so when we say things, we're not saying the things you mean. Now, when Republicans say all trans people are groomers, do you know what I mean? That's different. But, you know, it's not like the US didn't protest Vietnam. You know what I mean? People act like we haven't used rhetoric like this to explain things. That's why I say, like, if we're having a real conversation, do you want to have a real conversation? I don't think it matters that you're Israeli. I don't think it matters that you're Palestinian. I don't think any of this matters. I think we put so much onus on the construct that we've made it matter and we've made it the main character, but it's beyond that. It's bigger than that. But if we zoom out too far, people get their feathers ruffled and they can't handle it. So then they want to zoom back in where it's safe and there's a right or wrong. There is a right or wrong, but it's built off the construct of our understanding of right or wrong. Like I don't believe in objective morality, right? But I do believe there is something about being like in sync with nature, the good part of your nature, the cohesive part of your nature. And then there's the sort of the contradiction of we need sort of the chaos to build and mature and grow. But that doesn't have to come with unwise suffering. Humans suffer unwisely because we don't have the introspection or wisdom to do better, and we'll do it forever. I will always suffer unwisely. But the goal is to suffer wisely more than not. Is to learn that, yes, I need pain to grow, but I shouldn't cut off my arm because that's not the growth I'm looking for, right? I might just work out. I'm doing 30-day challenges. I'm learning to challenge my body. I'm learning to live with chronic illness. I'm learning to do all these things. That is wise suffering. Wise suffering is learning how to be cohesive within your nature towards your joy, right? So when we're having these conversations, I think it is hard to know which perspective we're coming from, but I don't appreciate Ethan coming from this perspective of like, look, there's a right or a wrong. You shouldn't kill babies. It's like, yeah, super brave take, bro. We would all say that. Hamas would say that. Palestinians everybody would say that. But in practice, we also justify every day the killing of babies. So yes, like everybody would say that. Everybody also says rape is wrong, but here's Trump in the White House. So yeah, we all say that, but we all disagree on where the line is or what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this is why I personally left politics, was because I couldn't keep having these conversations. Because it just felt, I just don't care about winning. I have no interest in winning. I only have interest in figuring out what's true or the closest to what we think is true. And there's just no truth in politics. So Ethan he has to assign himself to the Israeli propaganda because it's the only way he gets to hold himself as the hero. It's the only way his marriage stays without being challenged. It's the only way his family stays without being challenged. I mean, it's not like Ethan isn't surrounded by other Jews, which is great. We love that. He's surrounded by family. But those people are also probably similar to him. Like the conservatives, when you're with your conservative family, and trust me, as the black sheep of the family, when you're the one out, when you're the first true oddball out of a family, you realize like, okay, Like they feel good together. They feel safe together. It's you who doesn't feel safe. Not that you're the problem, but you are the different one, right? That's why I made my own bubble with my, with my partner and our cat and our life here. Because I love my family. I love visiting my family. I love seeing them. But I'm not them. I'm not like them. I'm different. And that's okay, right? Like, but Ethan, I think this is my biggest thought that I think everyone would probably agree on some level. That sometimes, well, maybe not. Maybe you wouldn't agree. There's always, okay, groups of people work together because they're similar, and groups of people who are different work together because they're similar. And people who are too different to work together are similar to other people who don't work together with groups, but yet are similar. So like you can be a nomad who's like other nomads, and that forms a community, but you're still the odd man out. Like I'm the friend who visits other friend groups. I don't have a friend group. I have friends. Then there are the group people. And I think Ethan was always the oddball out from this is deep lore. Ethan was always the oddball out in his family. He never felt close to his family. From my understanding of his lore in a very parasocial way, I could be wrong, but from my memory, he never got along with his family. He always was in his room. He never felt connected. And now he's going so hard for the Jewish community, for Israelis, that a part of me wonders if he's looking for that meaning crisis that Vervaeke's been talking about, like that need to be a part of something bigger than yourself, because whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. It's why I always wondered why he was arguing with Fresh and Fit. Like, why are you talking to them? And a big part of it is like he's dopamine seeking, but he's meaning seeking. And when you have an individual who's meaning seeking and he has a group he doesn't fit into, the dilemma is like, he's going to need, the outcasts stick together-ish. Yeah. But I think more than that, like Ethan doesn't understand that it's okay to not need a community, but to still be a good community member. Like he wants a group of YouTube friends. I think he really wants a group of YouTube friends. Remember when Post Malone stopped talking to him and he was like really hurt about it? Or remember when Joji, is that his name? Crazy Frank or whatever, Pink Frank, whatever his name is. When he stopped being his friend, he's like, what the fuck? Ethan doesn't have friends. YouTubers don't have friends. That's why I want to make it clear to people. YouTubers aren't friends, guys. Some of them are friends, maybe. Most of them are just networking. But the illusion is something that Ethan fell into, where it's like, why are my friends going against me? Friend is doing a lot of work here. Like the word friend is doing a lot of emotional labor here, a lot of fucking heavy lifting here. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, ugh. So I think Ethan is forgetting that this isn't just about Palestine and Israel. I think this is about Ethan. It's about Ethan's desire to be a part of a community, Ethan's desire to be a hero, Ethan's desire to feel needed and wanted, and Ethan's lack of contentment with the fact that he's already a father. He's already got you know what I mean? He's already got a wife, but it's not what he wants. It's not what he's looking for something. And I think it's a meaning crisis we're looking at right here, which is something I can empathize with. I can empathize with that, I think it's interesting. That's why I say you can't exist without causing harm. Because in order to find yourself and who you are, you will harm people along the way because you don't know. I didn't formalize my values until I was in my 30s. Like when I was 30, I wrote down my values. I have a whole podcast on this. Because otherwise, like I was really figuring it out. I was throwing everything at the wall. Like, do I think this is right? Do I think this is wrong? Do I think this is ethical? Do I think this is moral? Do I think this is good? Like, you might think, oh, it's easy to know right from wrong, but I think you're failing to see that you are following a script, subconsciously or not, that you think. That's why when Ethan says to this girl with multiple sexual partners, like, isn't it obvious that it's dangerous to have sex with multiple people at the same time? No. Because lots of people have sex with multiple people at the same time and they're safe about it. I did it for 10 years. I was polyamorous for 10 years. I was open for 10 years. I did it very successfully. Like, no, there's a way to do it successfully. But Ethan does this thing where he's like, isn't it obvious? Obvious is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. The word obvious, Chad says, is he maybe just more comfortable with having differences in his friends and is focusing more on common ground? Why would argue? Well, I think people are comfortable having friends that they I don't think Ethan knows what he's doing. Like, I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think he thinks he knows what he's doing, and he's telling himself the hero story that he's doing it because it's the right thing, and he's right, and he has to do this, and people are being anti-Semitic, but I don't think he really knows the actual why. I think he's kind of working off the superficial why. Even when we form friendships, why are we friends? I don't think people know why people are friends. I've had friends be very disgruntled and very upset with me when I've called them out. Hell, I've had my brothers very upset with me. Like, why are you calling me out right now? Because you did a bad thing. And they're like, I don't want to talk about this. Okay, then we're not going to talk for a while. You got to face the bad thing you did because it's too bad for you not to face it. You know, this isn't a simple bad thing. This is one of those bad things. And when you do a bad thing, there's a level to badness. We're all bad. It's just a spectrum of badness. And when your friends don't view, like, politically speaking, Ethan is in the bad category for Ian and Hassan and all the connections he had before, and he refuses to engage with it. He refuses to engage with it. It's like if I had a friend, like I recently, 2025, I've cut off connections to so many of my online friends, YouTubers, because they've gone MAGA, because they've gone transphobe, because they've got, like, I don't need you as a friend, girl. Life is too short and there's too many good people out there. I wish you the best. Good luck. You were never, like, with peace and love. And that's because, and maybe they're sitting here like, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you did that. Ethan doesn't get it. I can't believe you're doing this right now. I can't believe you're parroting Israeli talking points. And he doesn't understand why that's a big enough deal for people to end connections. That's what I'm saying. God, that was a really fucking long monologue. But doesn't that feel so obvious to us? That, like, your friends start showing up to the fucking get together with a fucking Make America Great Again hat, and you're like, oh, why? Why are you doing that? And then he's like, what? What's the big deal? We're friends. Well, yeah, but I thought we were friends on common ground, like common beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not my family. You're not related to me. You're not my mother. Like, my mother's MAGA, and I still come home for dinner, but, like, that's different. And even that, I wouldn't blame you for not talking to your mom. But you're not even my mother. You're just a guy I know and have had fun times with. I don't need to talk to you ever again. So, like, do you know what I mean? And yes, a lot of friendships are predicated on shared beliefs. A lot of friendships are just friends because you both play D&D every Wednesday. Not all friendships are the same or have the same depth. And I think Ethan thought him and Hassan and him and Malone and him and everybody else, they were deep enough. But then when Ian called Ethan, he didn't answer the call. Remember when Ian called Ethan and Ethan's like, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, well, I'm going to make a video. You know? That says when you talk about their beliefs as just a play for relevance, you're basically saying his opinion is wrong, but this is why he's saying these things. That's not arguing against the point he makes. Bro, whose community do you come from? You come from Ethan's? How'd you find my channel? Why are you here? Where's your inherent bias lie? We all got bias and prejudice. Where's your inherent prejudice coming from? What do you think I'm doing here? Do you even know what my channel's about? You know what I mean? Chad says she's trying to look at why he's saying what he's saying, not argue against his points. Thank you, Chatter. Do you understand what's happening right now? You know? Chad says, now you're saying I'm biased to take the value out of my opinion. Why don't you debate me? LOL. Okay. With peace and love, Habibi, I'm going to put you on a little, okay, put you on a little timeout. With peace and love, Habibi, with peace and love. Do you know what I'm saying? Isn't it so obvious where this person's coming from? Why are you offended that I said you have bias and prejudice? Everybody has bias and prejudice. This is what I'm saying. When I meet a person who's like, I don't have any prejudice. Okay, bro, with peace and love, I'm not having this conversation. You haven't even begun to question the self. Ask Ethan. Ethan, what's your bias and prejudice? Where does your prejudice lie? Name a prejudice you have. Go ahead. Name it. Name something you have to face. Name something. We're all born with misogynistic lenses, right? We all have to deconstruct our internalized misogyny, our misogyny. That's a great prejudice that most of us have to experience because we're born into a patriarchal world, right? Really easy. Drew Afawalo has a great book about this called Loud. Highly recommend, audiobook on Spotify. Talks about her internalized misogyny. I've been there, done that. I'm a Taurus. Of course, I have internalized misogyny. I'm always deconstructing it, bitch. Okay? If I ask this guy in chat, what's a prejudice? What do you mean I have a prejudice? Why are you saying that about me? Because you have such a reductive elementary view of prejudice that you think we're still in kindergarten and we're like, you shouldn't hate people for the color of their skin. It's not about actively understanding you're doing it. It's about processing that you're doing it subconsciously. And that's because of the environment you're raised in. And then it shows up in your actions. Ethan, whether he likes it or not, is subconsciously and now full on Zionistic. And he's not understanding that whether you know it or not, Habibi, these talking points you are pushing out into the internet, they're propaganda. But he doesn't get it. You know? Chet says, genuinely trying to learn. Ethan says he's pro-Palestine and against the Israeli government, just not the people. Isn't that the same as MAGA? I feel like there's enough common ground to come together. Okay, I believe you're being genuine. What do you mean is that the same as MAGA? And there isn't enough common ground, right? Because the aftermath looks different. Okay, big Zionistic talking point. Where do the Jews go? If there's no Israel, where do the Jews go? Right? There's like this idea that Ethan puts out, like, you can't displace all these Israelis. Okay, but Israelis can displace Palestinians. And he'll say no, but he won't allow the threat of Israelis being displaced to come at the liberation of Palestinians. And so the expense of Israel staying comes at the expense of the Palestinians. So he will support his government, whether he likes it or not, to guarantee the lack of displacement of Israelis, correct? If the only way to liberate Palestinians comes at the displacement of Israelis, and I'm not saying it does, I think we could liberate the Palestinians without it coming at the displacement of Israelis. I'm saying Ethan isn't willing to come to a reality where Palestine is liberated at the expense of the Israelis. The Israelis believe there is no fundamental way to liberate the Palestinians except at the expense of Israelis. This is propaganda that has been seeped into their culture and their belief systems. And I guarantee you, when there are no cameras and they're sitting in their living rooms together, they are 100% supporting Netanyahu over the liberation of the Palestinians out of the fear that the 1% chance that Palestinians are liberated comes at the expense of the Israelis. And I know this in my head, based off the data. It's a guess, so I don't know it. It's a belief. Okay, I'll correct myself. It's a belief. Because I know people are more likely to move on fear than wisdom. And Ethan has displayed nothing but fear over wisdom. So my guess is, when nobody's watching, the conversations they are having is this. And to be fair, I've heard from, I got a handful of lots of people in my life, a handful of Israelis in my life, and they have expressed that when it comes to their children or Palestinian children, they're going to pick their kids, which I understand why you would say that. But that means that even if I'm wrong, even if my people are wrong, if I'm wrong, but it saves my child, I'm going to do it, which is very human. Very human. And I do believe Ethan falls into that camp. And I'm not saying that's humanly wrong from a human perspective. I understand you wanting to save your kids above anybody else's. But sometimes, we have to accept that when we say, how could the Civil War happen? How could brothers fight brothers? Because at some point, your family is just wrong. People are on the wrong side of history. Not to say that your babies deserve to die. No one's babies deserve to die. It's just so disingenuous for us to even be talking about that. No one's babies deserve to die. Okay? It just feels like we always go to that because we're so afraid of any other possibility or even taking the risk or being open to it. It's why when every time there's like a car that rams into a group of people, people scream immigrant, Muslim, Arab. When it isn't even an Arab, it isn't even a Muslim. Because your prejudice, that's a prejudice, that's a bias. That's something that I'm like, see, when your brain automatically goes, oh, I bet it was a Muslim. That's when you have to ask yourself, why did I think that? Why did my brain assume, oh, terrorist attack, Muslim? Because we have, through propaganda, convinced the Western world that terrorism is done by Muslims. 1 billion Muslims in the world, and you think they are the kings of terrorism? Well, the United States commits terrorism around the world globally, but because it has a US flag behind it, it just feels good. Just feels heroic. Feels like I'm fucking Liam Neeson in Taken, and I'm going to save my daughter from sex traffickers. You know? I'm just saying humans are going to human. It doesn't matter where you were born or what you look like, what family you're born into, or what country's flag is yours. It's all the same. Everyone's the same everywhere. We're all the same everywhere. No one is different. No one's babies are worth more. No one's baby cry more than more babies or other babies. No one's baby bleeds differently than other babies. Everyone's the same. And that is so meaningful if we really think about it, but we can't because we have to deconstruct and no one can force you to deconstruct. And I want to offer this cupcake to Ethan, but he won't eat it. I want to offer this cupcake to Ethan, but he's just looking at it. Hassan can offer as many cupcakes to Ethan. Sam Cedar can offer as many cupcakes to Ethan. He still has to eat it, and you cannot force him to eat it. Okay, he's just going to spit it back out. You know? And there's never an end to deconstruction. And that's the other difficult part. There's never an end to it. There's never an end to being wrong. And there's never an end to seeking truth. You're going to be wrong for the rest of your life. And that's something you have to contend with, right? That was a very long monologue, girls. Let me press play. I'm going to run to the bathroom really fast. I'll come back while you guys watch Ethan. Let me know if I miss anything juicy.
Like, and it's like, well, what do you want to do about it? You say the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. And it's like, why do they think that? You know, it's just like, well, I don't know, but they're evil. Mm-hmm. They just don't care. They're just callous. I mean, look, human beings are human beings everywhere. You know, a lot of leftists don't want to engage in humanizing Israelis. They just don't want to do it because, right, like what's happening in Gaza is awful. And they think that it's insignificant in comparison. And I understand where they're coming from, of course. But I believe that both are important. And obviously, again, the totality of what's happening in Gaza is not in dispute about which is like more. But I do think that it's important. And I care about Israel and I care about Israelis. You know, that's it. And so I choose to see the good and to see the optimistic. And like, obviously I have no effect over what the public thinks about the war. I'm not fucking living there. When I was living there, I voted against Netanyahu. And by the way, Netanyahu lost the popular vote. He only won because he made a coalition with some psychopath like ultra-nationalists. But the left party, when I voted, won the popular vote because of the parliamentary system where you make coalitions to get over 50%. They were unable to secure the victory.
I think Netanyahu may be the devil. Like, honestly, even his voice, I think he may be the fucking devil. And he's just passing out beepers to everyone. He gave the gold beeper to Trump.
Dude, that's so fucked
He gave
up.
one to a senator. And
I think that's so
or a congressman. I forget who it was. He's like, yo, that
it was John Fetterman.
Yeah, he's like, yo, that was dope when you guys did that. I have a family friend whose son had a beeper go through his stomach. Like, and it's just fucking crazy. The president's like taking a picture with the fucking
I don't
beeper.
think just like lionizing people dying is just fucking bad and terrible in general. Him handing out those beepers was like nauseating. Like, what are you doing, dude? It's crazy. I mean, that's
he's trying to make a point.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He is. But ultimately, I think that's ultimately where we break down, is that I'm more optimistic about the Jewish or the Israeli public. And I just think it's insane that people want to call me, treat me like I'm the bad guy in this whole equation. Like I'm the one that's supporting, this happening. It's just, I've never said anything that showcases that. I've been consistent with my beliefs over the years. Hassan is pathetically typing in our chat again. I can talk now or Friday. I don't care. Up to you. Please don't try to bring a band. Bro, don't worry. I'm not doing that. You're afraid I'm going to bring on Destiny? That's stupid. I'm not going to do that.
Stop.
I promise you, Hassan, to come. I will not bring on Destiny. In fact, the people here will not allow me to bring on Destiny.
Fuck no.
I'm interested, Hassan, in being honest. You know, I'm going to take back what I said about you pathetically in the chat. Okay, I'm going to be gracious.
He was bravely typing in our chat.
You're bravely typing in our chat
Covering
that
the fucking news.
I'm not interested in trickery. As you can see at my conversation with Sam, I want to have an honest conversation with you, and that's what I plan to do on Friday. So, you know, that's where I'm at.
I don't think he's gonna bring Predator Destiny on. And Destiny is a predator. He's a sexual predator. Be very careful, because I've seen people downplay it and I'm really frustrated. I've seen way too many people downplay it. Like, so if they bring him on, it's a much bigger deal than just trying to spook Hassan. That means they are willing to engage with a sexual predator just to get one on. You know what I mean? Like, just to get one on. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. And if you don't think Destiny is a predator after everything he's done, you are dangerous. Because that's bullshit. Taking photos of people during sex and intimacy without their consent and sharing it with other people. Imagine you woke up tomorrow and people had a video of you taking a shit on the toilet, and tell me you would not be mortified, let alone being put in a sexual position. Don't fucking come for me, bro. Okay, banned. You can't be in my chat, bro. That's crazy to say out loud. That is a crazy thing to say out loud. And if that's not predatory, I don't even know what is. And remember, Trump was elected, so you know what I mean? So please don't. Don't even, okay? Guys, mods, feel free to ban anyone who makes excuses for sexual predator behavior. Thank you. Absolutely not, okay? So the fact that Ethan or his crew would even bring him on, I don't think they'll do that. I think they do believe he's a predator. I do believe they won't do it. And if they did it, it's like, that's it. Like, that's it. I can't, you know what? I couldn't even imagine the amount of sexual violation that has to occur for people to decide somebody's bad. But like, that's pretty fucking, that's it. What else do we need? You know, it was bad before, but like, that just was the cherry on top of like, okay, now we're all on the same page, right? Can't be trusted. Like, can't be trusted. Okay. So I don't think Ethan and his crew are going to do that to Hassan. I genuinely don't, because it would be just so immoral, just so unethical.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm not doing that.
By the way, and this is why I prefaced what I was saying was I'm not an expert. Finding polling, I was wrong saying that support for a two-state solution was at a high. It looks like it kind of plateaued around 55% throughout the 2010s, but it was at a high in 2010 of 71% of Israelis supported a two-state solution. It looks like that number is now in like the 20s.
2010, that's interesting. That's about
15 years
when
ago.
I was living there.
Is it? Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't remember when you moved there?
Not really. That was 15 years ago, so I would have been. Yeah, I would have been living there around then.
Okay.
So that's kind of where the vibes were at when I was there. You know.
Well, it's unfortunate that it's dropped from that high.
So maybe I'm wrong because I haven't lived there obviously since then.
It's a vibe right now.
But
it's a vibe.
I definitely acknowledge what's happening amongst the Israeli public isn't good, and that, you know what I mean. That's what it is. You can say Destiny, Hassan. It's okay. You won't light on fire.
I just tuned into a stream. He was saying because if Destiny or someone was on, he could get banned on Twitch.
Don't worry, bro. It's not happening.
I will hit your button. If you bring
I
Destiny.
promise. There's no trickery.
It's just going to be a one-on-one call.
Look, there's no trickery. I showed up here with Sam. I expressed.
And for those who are not in the loop, because a lot of people don't know Destiny, he's facing a felony because of what he did. So like, for those saying, how is he a predator? How is it not predatory to record people in sexual acts against their consent and share it with others? How is it not sexual predator behavior to have intimate photos of people that even if they knew at the time that they were being recorded, to share them with other people? Okay? No leniency on this. Zero leniency on sharing people's nudes and recording people against their consent. Okay? Chaz says you shouldn't call him a predator until he's convicted. Oh my God, get out of my chat, bro. Get out of my chat. Y'all are so fucking degenerate. You need the law to tell you what's predatory behavior? You're probably sitting here justifying child marriage. It's predatory. You can't do it. No.
Express myself honestly, as you saw. We got combative at times. And listen, everybody said Sam was going to own me, so I think you all need to applaud my bravery for getting getting combative with Sam Cedar.
I will never applaud your bravery.
Why won't you applaud me for that?
Just
You don't
do that.
It? You don't do applause?
Yeah, and he fully admitted it with his chest. He's the one downplaying it. He fully admitted it. So it's not even an accusation. He fully said with his chest he did it. He's been doing it for years. It's an MO of his. It's bad. I know all the other stuff Destiny's done. You guys want to downplay the abuse and everything. I get it. But come on, even this, you're going to downplay? I mean, Jesus, bro. What does it take for you guys to fucking call a man out on his fucking behavior?
Applauding at the beginning of the show.
I was applauding for my coworkers, not for you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, all right. Now you're hedging.
Please clap.
Dan's like, I never liked that guy anyway.
Please clap.
Leftovers reunion.
Oh, should we title Friday?
You should
that?
say
That
leftovers.
actually is kind of funny.
I saw people saying we should run the intro. But I don't think it's. I'll think about it.
I hadn't thought about that.
I don't know if that's the right tone or what. But
That's a great theme song. I wonder who wrote that.
Yeah, shout out
it
to
is a
the
shame.
artist.
Yeah, it was a great one. But I promise you, Hassan, I'm not tricking you. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I'm not trying to get you banned on Twitch. There's no fucking stupid. You know what I mean? It's just about talking to each other. A long overdue conversation that we will have with each other. As you bravely type in our chat.
See how they're mocking him before? Bad faith, bro.
I look forward to chatting with you on Friday.
Right.
With peace and love, of course.
So what else is
It's
new?
a shame. I feel like we ended up arguing about kind of immaterial stuff. Maybe not, though. Maybe that is the core of what's
No,
the big disagreement
I don't think
was
it's
over.
immaterial. Again, it's an awkward thing because it's like you're planning on having this conversation with Hassan. Your issues with Hassan, you should direct to Hassan, not to Sam.
Well, the problem is, which I didn't show, Sam. And because Sam didn't care, and rightfully so, why should he? But like, you know, this whole talk to Sam Cedar thing is very much related to Hassan. Here, we
just in the sense that he had been pushing it for it. So
well, here's just like a little clip of him
I
talking.
urge him to talk to at least like Sam Cedar or something. Maybe he can get
Oops.
a different perspective
Fuck.
from someone else.
bad.
Talk to Sam Cedar. I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar about this. The reason why I wanted Sam to talk to Ethan as well, this is Jewish people's business to a certain degree. You know, I have not talked to Sam at all.
It's Jewish people's business, Jack.
Oh my God.
I don't think Sam felt very comfortable with the idea of him being the chosen Jew either, but he didn't really come out and say that.
Yeah, I don't think
He is the
he
chosen
wanted
one.
that mantle.
Guys, stop defending Destiny in my chat. Destiny leaked the photos to other people. Kiwi Farms leaked it to the world. Do you not understand the difference? He shared the videos and photos with people. He took videos and recordings of people without their consent. Stop defending him. It's bullshit. Stop it. We're going to block you. Like, you have to understand. He can be a victim and a predator at the same time. Somebody violated on Kiwi Farms and shared it. Thank God they shared it with us, because Destiny was sitting here pretending he was the beacon of morality while in secret filming women. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? He's tricked you and you keep falling for it. He has literally tricked you. This is how Trump got elected, because all these MAGA people don't think he's a predator. They think, oh, it's just the world coming for him. Oh, the world's just coming for him. He has like over 40 women that have come forward saying that Trump has abused them, and none of them matter because of people like you. Stop defending your favorite streamers, dude. They're not your friends.
There's a reason his last name's Cedar, because we never pass over Sam Cedar.
Chad, are you saying Trump was never convicted because you think he's innocent because he was found liable? Or are you saying he was never convicted because patriarchy exists? Answer correctly.
The Seder, of course, the Seder is the ceremony performed by Jews on Passover. So
I'm familiar.
We should have had some parsley and salt water today. We should have dipped it.
I'll dip it for those bitter tears, man.
Yeah.
Wipe
Chet said he was innocent, probably otherwise would have been convicted. Banned. Ban any rape apology. Any rape apologia? Ban. No rape apologists in chat, bros. Ugh. Do you see how streaming is mostly male dominated? It's full of fucking rape apologists. Ban. Ban, ban, ban.
I'm still wiping them away. Anyway.
Beyond the fact that I was like, I think it'd be cool if you could talk to Ethan
But he can have a conversation with Sam Cedar. I mean,
But I really, really seriously hope you talk to Sam Cedar, that he should talk to Sam Cedar. You know, I think you respect Sam Cedar. You should probably have a conversation with him about this. Maybe this time I'll bring Sam Cedar and you'll be the one saying, oh my God, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Because, you know, you've been running away from him. Yeah. I wonder why Ethan Klein won't fucking talk to Sam Cedar, just like he was.
Yeah, this whole thing of like, oh, you're scared, you're running, and all this type of stuff. And then when I'm finally like, okay, I'll talk to Sam Cedar, his son starts hedging and being like, let's see. He starts being like, oh, he's just going to lie to him about what he believes. I have the clip. Where is that motherfucker?
Why is he showing us this?
Yeah, he says, here's what he said yesterday about my prospective conversation with Sam Cedar, which proved to be false, of course, because I am honest to a fault, Dan. I'll have you know.
Yeah, no, that I'm aware of. Honestly, that I know.
Whoops.
Oh,
Evil talk / debate.
Say what?
In our Discord, there's a little update.
Philly D dropped. Okay, so it's about me?
No.
Oh, he just dropped.
What?
What did he drop?
A video.
Why does that have to do with me? Why are you telling me that?
He's
I'm in the
talking
middle of
about
something.
Trump's Rogan problem.
Why are you wrapping
back,
it up?
And the sparked MS-13 meltdown. He has some Luigi Malgoni updates. And
You don't have to tell me every time Philly D posts a video, guys. It's completely irrelevant.
Oh my God. Okay, listen. Chad said, does he think that he came away with from this thing on a good footing with Sam? I think so. Yeah, I think he might, you know. Chad is saying they left the stream after this point. Like, there's not much going on. Let me just scroll about to make sure we don't miss anything juicy.
Camera.
Just a clip of
talk / debate with Uncle Sam Cedar. Great. Wait, what? Debate? They will most likely agree with one another. He is a committed anti-Zionist. Ethan, I mean.
I think he's annoying. Son knows that what I believe. He's just being so cynical with the way that he's drummed up all this hate and harassment against me. It's just so fucking cynical, dude.
I'm joking, but that is probably what he'll do. He'll greatly present himself as being a victim of vicious smears from a lot.
He's gonna paint himself as what happened.
Of people who don't think he's sufficiently pro-Palestinian due to their incredible anti-Semitic opinions, and that he is simply misunderstood, and that he agrees with everything that Sam Cedar says wholeheartedly. And Sam, being the kind and gentle being that he is, will not push super hard to.
And he was such a dad. Wasn't he such a dad? He was just so sweet and patient and loving. And then even when he went hard on Ethan, he's like, I'm going to go have dinner with my kids. And I was like, he was really nice to Ethan.
Really figure out what Ethan's worldview looks like.
He could not have been more wrong.
Yeah, he could not have been more wrong. And by the way, you got to stop making predictions because those don't work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, just objectively, that is the opposite of what played out. So,
but I laugh because he's trying to poison the well ahead of me and Sam agreeing on everything. Although Sam was not very sweet and lovely, he came out ready to go. That's good. I'm always ready. But I'll tell you guys, I am brave.
Yeah, you've sold us.
I mean, who would go against
Very
Sam
brave.
Cedar willingly, Dan?
Not Steven Crowder. That's when
Crowder's been running his whole life.
Obviously not that one.
I'm not running from nothing or nobody.
It ruined Crowder's life.
Carry the load. What?
I said it ruined Crowder's life. Literally, since he did that debate.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't kidding when I said we ruined his life.
It's funny because at one point Sam took off his glasses and said, "Steven, look into the camera." He's like, "From here on out, it's all downhill for
That's
you."
That's crazy that was true.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't have predicted that there would be a scandal where he's abusing his wife.
Oh, wait, Chad says, I feel disappointed about Dan more than Ethan, to be honest. You know, and this is why I say, look, Ethan just has a bad opinion and I disagree with it. And he can't accept it. He refuses to accept that, like, we all disagree with his opinion. That we think he is not helping the Palestinians in the end and that he's making it worse for them and harder for them. And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, you can keep arguing with us, but like, we agree. This is the opinion we have. And I say we, people who are more focused on like Palestinians being liberated, right? And his crew agrees with him. His crew is adhering. That's why I'm saying, like, you can keep feeling bad for AB or like it's not enough for AB to like move on from something else, which is fair. Again, I know it's complicated because he's working and he has to pay his, bills and stuff. But yeah, like he's surrounded by people that probably agree with him. It's going to feel good. It's going to feel validating. It's going to feel like, yeah, like, look, why do I hate Trigonometry, the YouTube channel? Because it's where people who feel rejected by their community go to feel validated and then embraced by a community that hates their community. That's why I hate it. I don't trust you if you go on Trigonometry. If you go on Trigonometry, I can't in good faith believe that you are not trauma dumping in a community that just wants to use you to prove how woke people are bad. And like, that's like what Ethan is doing. Ethan's going to go on trigonometry next, I'm telling you. It's like, that's the stuff, you know what I mean? That people don't understand. It's like, you can keep hanging out with people that are like, I support trans people. I just don't want to support the ideology that you could be a different biological like gender. It's like, all of that is transphobia, bros. That's all fucking dog whistles. It's all fucking transphobia. They don't care about trans people. That's not to say trans people and trans communities aren't having actual conversations about biology versus constructs. That's the irony. For the record, okay, ban transphobic comments in my chat as well. Okay, I'll ban them. I found them. I banned it. Okay, we have those conversations in our queer communities. Gay people, trans people, we're having those conversations. We're just having them without the prejudice and bias against trans people. We're just having it without the negative implication that gay people are groomers. We are having those conversations. We're just not having it with hate in our hearts. We're looking for the objective truth, but you guys are so fucking hateful. You're so fucking hateful. You're not having the real conversations about how to liberate your communities or talk to people and give them a better life. We are having those conversations. DEI, we're having those conversations about how like it's not even the greatest program and we're having them. We're just not having it with the racist undertone y'all are bringing to the table.
Life on camera. He went from getting a $50 million deal on the table to being like a nobody.
No, that doesn't work either.
It doesn't work either.
Fucking watch it.
Okay, I'm going to forward it to this section, more debate recap, just in case to prepare us for their conversation. But otherwise, we're basically done.
Again, I think he would just do the same kind of bit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I watched the hostage release earlier, which was crazy. The hostage release, Hamas not only has the drug that makes you dap up Hamas, they also now have a drug that makes you kiss Hamas. Yes, I saw that. They did it. They found even a newer drug. Previously, they had only unveiled their drug that makes you dab up Hamas. Now they got one that makes you kiss them. It's crazy.
He's talking about Hamas propaganda.
I like that both you and Hassan call it dabbing up.
Because he knows. He spent enough time with me. He knows what dabbing is. I rubbed off on the guy. That's good. We have common ground. We can connect on that.
And that you both say it wrong?
We can dab each other up.
It's weird how much he's mocking Hassan before they go into a conversation. But it is kind of interesting. Like, I guess they're enemies now. I guess they're officially enemies. So, yeah, this is why I say wake up and have no enemies, guys. It makes every conversation better. But, you know, it's hard to have good faith with people that you just naturally distrust. Oh, God, I really wonder if I could do it, but I wouldn't want to, like, to challenge myself. But I don't think it would matter. I think I've talked to enough people to know that I wouldn't change anything. And it would just stress me out. But I just want someone to ask, like, can you expand on that? Can you tell me more about that? If people talk long enough, you know what I mean? I feel like they see the flaw in their like, but then once they've made a decision on their opinion and they're not going to change, there's no conversation to be had either, you know? So that's the other thing. Chat says, do you need more mods, Brittany? You know, I always need more mods. Look, my mods are very casual. It's not like I pay people or know people. I just pick random usernames that I think might be trustworthy to help me mod. But usually I'm faster than my mods even. But usually I don't have 500 people in here either, so it's, you know, it's confusing. I can always use more help, but there's never, you know, it's always hard because some people use their mod status to then go and talk bad about me on the internet. Like, I used to be a mod for Brittany Simon, and actually this. I will ban you whether you're a mod or not. You can't act out in my chat, bro. Okay? That's the problem with humans is like, damn, bro, you think you're special? You're just a person who went off on my chat. You're going to get banned. Like, you know what I mean? It's stressful out here. It's stressful out here. Shout out to my mods.
Well, he dabs, I dab.
Dabble in a dab.
I think Sam, again, he's talking about these Hamas propaganda videos they put out and basically, you know, making fun of the hostages and saying like, oh, they loved being in captivity. They loved their captors and all this kinds of stuff. Sam would have said the same thing. He's like, who cares? Who cares? I don't need to talk about this. There's a genocide in Gaza. It's like, okay.
Well, I don't know how the conversation even would have wound up there, but again, it's
no shade.
It's a tricky thing to
no shade to Sam.
To talk about it, to talk about the conversation without talking about specifics of what you've taken issue with Hassan specifically, but it seemed obvious that he didn't really want to go there, so you know.
Yeah, no shade. I was a little catty with the way I said that. I didn't mean that. No shade. No cat. I'm just seeing what else I missed here. 70% of Israelis want Netanyahu to resign. That's very interesting, for a multitude of reasons, of course. But crime minister, and like I don't think you can just hand wave again 500,000 people demonstrating, which is like a sizable percentage of the populace. That's a significant thing, dude.
I think the point he was trying to make with that is that they were, not that there's anything wrong with it, but that they were doing it because of the hostages and less about...
They wanted the war to end. How do you get the hostages?
No, I know,
It's a
but
ceasefire.
I think he was saying it like if the hostages were involved, it would have been a different thing. It would have been, the show out would have been
Well, if
different.
the hostages weren't taken, then the situation would be completely different. And so
Yeah.
I don't know what that would look like, right? Obviously, there'd be even less justification. Well, not that there's any.
Well, you guys were talking about how Israelis feel about it, if they, if they condone it.
I think it's more complicated, I'm trying to say. And, there's a lot of people out here who, they wanted the hostage back. They want the war to end. I don't know. It's kind of splitting hairs. It's like the Gallant thing. It's like he wanted to ceasefire. Did he fucking hate and want to kill Palestinians? Was he genocidal? Yes. Did he want to end the war? Also yes. You know what I mean? So, whatever. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, does it? I'm just going back over a few things here to see if I missed anything.
Ban Emma Panda guy.
I think we're done. Is there anything else you guys want me to cover in relation to this? Tomorrow we'll watch Ethan and Hassan have their quote last conversation. Man, this whole week has been Ethan and Hassan, and I'm going to be so liberated when it's fucking done. We'll finish on Tuesday. We'll go to different subjects. And I know you guys want me to talk about it because the views are there, and I know. And that's what I say when I say the world is run by the views and the numbers. And this isn't to say that that's how the world should be. It's just that the way the world is. And so when I say like the world's exactly the way people want it to be, I say we make it clear with our numbers. So when I say third party doesn't work, it's because the world's not ready to have it, girl. Okay, philosophy channels are not the #1 channel on YouTube because people aren't interested in it, and that's okay. Because I'm not here to be attached to the outcome. I'm here to accept the reality for what it is. And then to play within the constructs of that reality in a way that makes sense for where people are. We have to meet humanity where it is. You know what I mean? Thank you, mods. We got to meet people where they are. We got to meet humanity where it is, but not at the expense of self, okay? So do it, but not at the expense of self, okay? Shout out to my mods. Thank you for handling chat, because, girl, it was a lot today. A lot of J.K. Rowling fans in chat. Not about it, girl. Ew. Chat says, Brittany, can you talk about figures like Andrew Wilson in a video or stream? Hope to see people like you engage with them. With peace and love, why do you want to be mean to me? Why do you want to torture me with Andrew fucking Wilson, who has shown up in my DMs before? Why would you want me to sit with a misogynist in a room and sit there and subject myself to that? What do you think is going to happen with peace and love? What do you think is actually going to happen? Like, what do you think is going to happen? You think he's going to show up and talk to me and be like, you're right, Brittany. Sex work is good work and women are valid. And I really respect your opinion. Thank you so much. Mr. Andrew, women ought to have babies, Wilson. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't need to talk to more misogynistic men, bro. This is what's the stream schedule? I stream Monday through Friday. Monday for members. Tuesday through Friday for you guys. I stream 7 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. CEST. You know, Chad says, why do you guys know so many awful YouTubers or whatever? Because they're men. Listen, with peace and love, the internet is run by men. As a girl in the space, I'm one of the few women. And the thing that I even do alone, philosophy, with an overlap of like, philosophy through pop culture, means that I run into a lot of boys. Right? It was like, even when I was in the debate bubble trying to bring philosophy there, they were not interested. The boy bubble is not a safe space for women or femme people or gay people or trans people who aren't willing to do gross things to be there. Remember when that girl who hates me yelled at me on a panel for making it harder for women in the space because I wouldn't give in to their rules? Yeah, I'm not giving into your bullshit. I'm not giving into your misogyny, bro. And I know Reddit calls me a pick-me, which is so ironic, but I understand why they call me that, actually. I don't even fault them. Because when I'm nice to boys, it looks like I'm being a pick-me. And so I will continue to be nice to boys, but I will not continue to meet you further than you'll meet me. And that's what I was doing. I kept trying to meet these boys 50%, and I didn't realize I was doing it 75%. And so I'm not doing it anymore. But now the boys will cry and be like, why isn't Brittany doing it for us anymore? Why aren't they doing it? Look, you're a misogynist, right? You're not gonna deconstruct it, right? You're not actually gonna make a decision, right? You're not gonna change your mind, right? So it's like, okay, then why am I talking to you? Thank you, mods. Okay. So, you know, I would love to find more YouTubers to talk to, more good, honest, good faith, open, curious people who are content creators, who actually dedicate their life to content, who make a full-time living doing this, or at least a part-time living, and they're serious about it. I don't want to talk to randoms because I just think that ends up being messy. But yeah, like, it's hard to find that in the boy bubble. And the girl bubble's doing it, and I've already made contacts, and we're doing good. The queer bubble's doing it. The gender fluid bubble, we're doing it. We're good. We're vibing, you know? So I'm not too worried. But Andrew Wilson, never. I'm not talking to him. I'm not even talking to Not So Erudite. I had to end my friendship with her. She even recently, and I know FD went on her podcast, which, you know, choices were made. And she put a pinned comment saying she looks forward to the day, she wishes for a day Destiny and FD could talk. That she said it's amazing FD came on my podcast, even when I won't disavow Destiny publicly. What does a man have to do to get you to say he's a fucking predator? Girl, even if that was my brother, girl, let me tell you, especially if it was my brother, girl, the way, if my brothers were public figures, oh my God, the videos I would make. Do you know what I'm saying? Destiny's your brother. I get it. He's like your brother. But even if it's your brother, girl, what do you mean you won't disavow him in public? Crazy, crazy things have been said. And so, you know, yeah. Great stream today. Great convo. Shout out to FD for showing up in chat. Shout out to everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Like the stream before you go. And remember, ask yourself why you're here. You know? And I don't just mean on the planet. But that too, you know, ask yourself why you would ask me this question. Destiny, you know, Andrew Wilson is having a debate with Destiny next week. What are your thoughts? What do you think my thoughts are? What do you think my thoughts are when I just said what I said? Do that, meditate on that, and go home and think, what would Brittany think about Andrew Wilson talking to Predator Destiny? Okay, what would you think Brittany would think? I feel like I've been pretty clear about what I would think. Okay. Peace and love. Peace and love. I'll see you tomorrow, girls. We'll do it again, huh? We'll do it again. Let's listen to some Elvin on the way out. Be kind to yourselves. Meditate. And remember, hey, boys will be boys. Am I right? Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye. I'm going to put a link to Elvin's music. Remember, you can find her on YouTube and Spotify. She's very talented. Check her out.